Please take your seats. Let us begin. We're going to go live in a very brief moment. Good morning, labrīt. So, Skilled Up Project Final Conference, this is. So you're welcome. This is going to be a hybrid event, or we call them phygital, which means physical and digital all together. So we'd like to hear some round of applause for those who are here on the spot. Yeah. Yes, it has been a hard work. It is going to be a hard work today, but also it's a celebration, so let us celebrate all together. I'm Valdis Melders, and I'm very happy to be here today and help you out with understanding who's, when, and why, and what will happen next. So very briefly on why we are here today. During recent years, the development of work-based learning has been a priority, although there are minimal elements of work-based learning and quality assurance in the next stages, including European Qualification Framework, EQF Level 5, as you all know it. So that's why we are here today, to put together the efforts, the knowledge, the experience, and celebrate what we have done and think about what we should do more. So today we will strengthen the cooperation between VET institutions and industry representatives, which are here today and online joining in. Then we will have a presentations of organizers and participants. Then we will have a discussion where the stakeholders will take part. There will be an opportunity to discuss some things, where to go and how to get there. And of course, we will sign the letter of intent for future cooperation. So this is not just a chat. It's a real work with real steps ahead. So welcome. Let us get together. Now, I would say, let us get skilled up. Welcome. Like I said, it's going to be a very hard work too, with no too many breaks. There will be one lunch break, but we will open this with a little greeting by German-Baltic Chamber of Commerce Chief Executive Officer, Florian Schröder. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, good morning, everybody. Here physically in beautiful Riga, sunny day today. Some say it's autumn, some say it's the last days of summer. It depends. I welcome everybody. I welcome our guests from Estonia, from Latvia, from Lithuania, and from Germany. We have guests. From Germany, I start because they had the longest travel. I welcome Mr. Hochradl from the German Ministry of Education and Science. And I welcome David Johnson from the European Confederation of Woodworking Industries. I welcome Rita Kaas from the Estonian Ministry of Education and Research. I welcome Mrs. Ruta Gintaute Marinia from the Latvian Ministry, and Agne Kudarauskiene. I hope I did the names right. If not, please excuse me, from Lithuania. And I have to say Lithuania is special because of the very nice names you have. That's always cool. And I also welcome Eva Zimmermann from the DLR, who is also a long partner in cooperation. Unfortunately, Mrs. Silvia de Benedetti from the European Agency had to cancel on last minute, but we are here to come together to exchange our experiences and to look back on our project. And I have to say it was not easy project. Why? Because we had some challenges, we have to say. Yeah. And this challenge, everyone knows it. I don't want to say the C word, but it had an impact. But what I have to say is that the team and all the partners reacted in a way that not only saved the success, but maybe even improved it. Of course, maybe if we look back, and that's what we're going to do today, have some lessons learned as well. I think most suffered were the students who were deprived of their physical exchange travels. Yeah, that of course is a. But yeah, other than that, I think we have achieved together, and that's really the biggest team effort here. A great success and great results, and I'll come to that a bit later. I will speak very shortly. Actually, Riga is famous on the European vocational history map because of the 2015 Riga Declaration. And there actually were very important steps for the further cooperation in Europe in VET, in the Copenhagen process made. And so I can say with a little bit of pride that the German government in 2020, when Germany had the presidency, they also chose a beautiful town called Osnabrück, not so famous like Riga, and made Osnabrück Declaration to modernize the European VET and deepen cross-border cooperation in the European education area. And I think this project is an example of that. I'm not sure it's going to be a best case thing that will more or less depend on the history, will judge that, but I think it was the aims and targets we had set, we have achieved, and now it is to make use of this newly qualification profile. I have brought 4 theses with me. First thesis is why we also started this project is that forestry plays an important role in the Baltics. Yeah, it's different in each country, but it is very important, and we as a German chamber know that because since more than 12 years we represent Ligna, which is the largest fair in Germany about the wood and wood processing equipment, and so we had quite good contacts to the private sector players. But economically, it is quite important, yeah. I see here some representative, Gunther, from the Latvia's Fineres, and that is always the exporter number 1 when we look at the Latvian-German trade in terms of volume. If we take the GDP, the wood and forestry sector is about 5 to 7% in all of the 3 Baltic states. And about 15 to 20% of exports have been wood and articles of wood. So it is rather important factor economically. And digitalization and Industry 4.0 is becoming increasingly important. And here the Baltics are a pioneering region with all the good infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, and also in the education system. And so I think it was a good timing to bring this EQF 5 level here into play. And the lack of skilled workers were already getting a little bit of a problem for specialized and exactly this digital niches. And I think the tendency will show that with a further modernization of the sector, more new equipment will be bought, and exactly this qualification will be much more needed in the future. I also have to say, I want to thank also our German partners, and Peter Hör is here from the Rosenheim Institute. Great work. You always had our back and made very worthy and very valuable contributions to the project, and I'm very happy that we could have you with us. With the Skilled Up project, I think we made a good contribution. We strengthened the cooperation between the education and training institutions and the industry representatives in 4 countries. I think we improve the competitiveness and quality of what's happening there, and we also put some work-based learning elements into the whole process, and all in line with the EU instruments and standards. So, and I hope that or not hope, but I think if we apply this, then we can increase our economic development and even growth for the further years. So I want to thank really all projects participants. You did a great job to achieve together these goals, and also it was very important to have the ministries on board, but I will say a few words now about the partners. So LLU. The basic idea of this project goes also back to discussions with Andres Domkins, and who contacted us and said we need such a program. Sigita and Carlis, they did a great support to find the best teachers available. Thanks for that. When we talk about the Latvian Association of Wood Processing Entrepreneurs and Exports, I want to especially thank Arturs, because he has been more or less the locomotive of this project. And I spoke with Peter, and he confirmed that actually already in 2012 they had the first contact, and so it is not a coincidence, I think. Yeah, I talked about Latvia's Fineres, Gunita and Sandra. Thanks so much. Yeah, you're a large player, but you need a good mix. Yeah, you need to bring the large and the small and medium players together. And we very much appreciated your critical view as an employer, always frank and open, like we appreciated. Do we really need this here? Yeah, what's the purpose of that? And that's exactly how it should be. Yeah. Because if you have to make it neat and compact, yeah, and also the contributions from your company with the teaching very good. Victoria. No, now I come to Kaunas. Actually, I'm going Tuesday to Kaunas. I love it. It's a boom town. Who has never been there should go. It used to be the capital of Lithuania. If it continues like this, it will become it again, I'm sure. Don't quote me on that. Giedrus and Vytautas, you have provided immense technical expertise for the program and the scientific monitoring. That was really great. And they managed the fastest to switch to online in the beginning of Corona. Victoria also, thanks a lot. Without your administrative competence, it would have also not worked. The Western Lithuanian Wood Processors and Exporters Association, Arvidas and Rasa. You provided very valuable overview over the wood industry and the contacts with employers. Very useful. Thanks so much. Without you, we would have been had no feet and eyes on the ground. And now I come to the north, to Estonia, and to the Võrumaa Vocational Education Center. Astrid, you were for sure the locomotive in Estonia, and my team called you the mother of the participants of the program. I hope you don't feel offended. It was only, I think, the warmth and emotional caring that's meant there. And you always fought for the adaptation of the program to local needs and ensured that the creativity is there. So, and about Rosenheim, I spoke already. Peter, thanks so much to you personally. I promise you, he also had planned a three-country trip, which was COVID cancelled. I promise you we will make up for that, and I'm sure all partners will receive you, and that's even better. You can then come in 1 or 2 years and monitor how is it going and make a bit of a follow-up. That's great, I think. Yeah. So And last but not least, I want to thank my team. And there's Egita, Lilita, Eugenia, and Dominic. You have been great. And I can proudly say that without your putting all these pieces together, that would also have not been worked. And thanks so much. And having said so much thanks, I conclude by inviting everybody to celebrate. We will celebrate today, that's true, but usually it's a month of September, yeah, it's coming October. We celebrate an Oktoberfest. This year we had to cancel it. Next year we're gonna have Oktoberfest in Tallinn, Riga, and Vilnius, and I invite the whole wood industry, all the workers, to come out of the forest once a year. The dress, you can stay, it's pretty much the same. We are used to this in Bavaria. And come out and celebrate with us, because I think it's worth to have a beer together. And it's serious. I will come back to you, and let's continue the cooperation along these lines. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. As I understand, I should be saying good morning, friends and family. That's what you are after these times working together. This is a hybrid event, which means that some of our speakers will be online, so let us check the digital part of our conference. We'll be talking now on wood industry challenges for specialist education, the things you know all so well, in cooperation between employers and VET providers, which is also a very challenging and interesting matter. And I'd like to invite on the screen European Confederation of Woodworking Industries Representative Social Affairs Working Group Chairman, already mentioned, David Johnson. David, are you there? Hello.
I'm here. I'm here. Hello.
Great.
Hope you can see and hear me.
I don't know where are you now, but I'll start with asking a very simple question. What is the weather there?
It's very grey, and I'm in Stockholm.
All right. Welcome to Riga, and you're on. We can see you and hear you. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the possibility to participate in this very important project. And I think it's an important project for industry all over Europe, actually. We face the same challenges. And I'm very sorry to not be able to participate on location, but due to combination of board meetings and travel restrictions, it was unfortunately impossible. But I'm sure to take you up on the challenge to be back for the Oktoberfest. It sounds lovely. My name is, as said, David Johnson. I'm CEO of the Swedish Woodworking and Furniture Federation, but I'm also, my federation is also a member of CEBOA, the European Woodworking Organization. And in CEBOA, I'm active in the Social Affairs Working Group, where we work very much together with trade unions on common issues and common possibilities. First, some short notes on CEBOA. It's, as I said, the European Confederation of Woodworking Industries. We represent 22 European and national organizations from 16 countries all over Europe. And it is, we represent more than 180,000 companies together and generate an annual turnover of 152 billion euros, employing more than 1 million workers in the EU. It's a very important European industry, and it's also an industry that somehow lives European tradition and European history, where wood has always been a very important and crucial commodity. The mission for CEBOA is to promote the sector and the use of wood in its numerous forms and applications, which of course today it is easier than it has been on many years. We all know that building with wood and living in wood is on the agenda on many European countries and also on the agenda of the European Commission. We also have, of course, a mission to represent and safeguard the interests of the European woodworking industries, meaning that we try to influence the Commission and other stakeholders when it comes to regulations that might be harmful or might be good for the wooden industry. And we also do a lot of work with promoting and highlighting the sustainability question with wood. Then, of course, we are a recognized European social partners, and that means that we are one of partners together with the trade unions on the wooden side that the Commission and various stakeholders on European level talk to when it comes to regulations and when it comes to common projects. And the Commission can also finance projects that we do together with the trade unions. As I said, it's a big, an important European industry, and it's an industry with a long tradition and long history in most European countries. Big parts of Europe, not only the northern parts, are covered with wood, and the wood sector is actually growing now. There are, of course, difficulties. In the past, we have decreased the number of employees in the industry. This is partly due to the fact that we were quite hard hit in the financial crisis, 2008, 2009, which can be shown on the screen here. But it is also due to the fact that the big parts of the wooden industry, many companies are small, medium-sized companies with few employees, is also at the moment in a changing phase, the phase that the auto industry has been in for many years, where traditional jobs are replaced with robots and with automatization. So while the number of employees in the companies decrease, the turnover in the companies increases instead. So the productivity is growing. Companies are making more money, but they are making more money with less employees due to technical changes. But having said that, it is of course a fact that there are fewer employees in the European wood industry than it has been before, and due to the fact also that the sector is changing rapidly. There is also a big lack of competence. It's hard to recruit people. It's hard to make industrial work interesting for young people, and it's also very difficult now to recruit skilled labor on all levels of the companies due to the technical change. So that's a big challenge where we try to work together, pan-European. But the woodworking industry and the wooden industry in Europe has a great future ahead of it, as we clearly profit from the rising global awareness of climate change. The fact that you can do so many things today with wood that you had to do with concrete and steel when it comes to, for example, the building sector only a couple of years ago, has really made a change for the entire industry. And one has to remember that 20% of the CO2 emissions comes from the building sector. And by changing focus and building more with wood and using more wood, the vast majority of those emissions can be reduced. So increased use of wood is the solution to many of the problems. Another pan-European challenge for the wood sector is, of course, the fact that it's normally located outside the urban areas. So it's not an industry that is located within the big cities. It's mostly located in the countryside, which is of course another challenge when it comes to recruitment. On the other hand, we can see a drive from people to leave the urban areas, and there's a willingness to live in the countryside today that we think might help us. We think, as I said, that we have a prosperous future ahead of us. We know that, but there are, of course, challenges, not at least when it comes to the questions that this project is about. We have an aging workforce. There are problems in recruiting young people to our sectors due to various reasons. For a long period of time, industry jobs all over Europe has not been seen as the solution or the future, but those things are changing, and especially changing, I would say, in the wooden industry, where with the climate change and the Green Deal and all those big initiatives. We have had problems, pan-European problems, I would say, when it comes to skills. Many schools are simply not educating young people so they are prepared for working in the industries. The skills taught and the machinery that is used in the schools, it has not been up to date. There has before been lack of productivity, but that is changing rapidly, as I said today, as I said prior. Big investments are being made in new techniques, in robots, and in different kinds of automatizations, which increases the productivity. But as said, there are too few schools, and the schools are producing too few students, and the students too often leave school without necessary skills. So I think there's quite a lot to do here with VET and other things. And a problem that I know very well from Sweden, and I feel is a European problem as well, is that educating people for schools which have industrial educations are quite expensive to run. So if there are too few applicants for the school, it's easy to close them down. And once they are closed down, it's heavy investments to start them up again. So there are too few schools. So companies look elsewhere for recruitment. One thing that I know many companies do is looking for reskilling and upskilling of people already on the labor market, but in different fields of the labor market. There is a great tendency to employ older people today. And with older, I don't mean people in the 60s. I mean people that are not fresh from school and have maybe been out working for a year or two. I know many of the member companies highly appreciate the possibility to with reskilling and upskilling recruit those kind of people. And of course, the VET system is providing big help for some countries, but talking from a strictly national perspective in Sweden, and I think that goes for many countries, VET is not something that we have in our tradition, and our systems are not built on VET, which means it's not the one-size-fits-all solution. I think it's glorious to work with VET, and I think VET is a very good system where it actually functions, but I don't think it functions all over Europe, fortunately. There are too many national systems, and we still lack systems with the mutual recognition of competence. As I mentioned earlier, we are also part of the European sector social dialogue, which means that we try to identify together with the trade unions on European level and in dialogue with the European Commission, things where we can together work for a better future for the European wooden industry. And this quite frequently is projects where it comes to skills, competence, and recruitment, where we all have the same goal and the same agenda. And this platform, I really must say, with the European Sector Social Dialogue, is a unique and standing platform where we meet tripartite with the Commission, trade unions, and the employers, and numerous times a year. And it also leads to many projects where we work together with the trade unions, as I said. One of the latest projects we have worked with is called Perspectives and Challenges of the Woodworking Industries, where we have a joint project which has provided very good insights on the strengths and challenges of the image and what we can do together to face the changes and challenges. When it comes to my conclusions, there are similar problems throughout the sector and throughout the European industry. I think we have to think in alternative ways, and I'm not sure that there is one solution that works in all countries. The one size fits all answer is not there, actually. I think we have to work together with attractiveness. And I think we have to use the companies more in this work. I think it's important and it's crucial that the companies are very active and that they open the factories and show the good working environment that is there and show what is actually being done. And I think the companies need to be much better in letting the youngsters know that working in the wooden industry is also the solution to many of the current problems, not only the climate change problems. I think we need more schools. I think we need schools where we can have a mutual recognition of competence on European level. I think VET, as I said, is great where possible, doesn't fit all countries. And I think that reskilling and upskilling is a source and a way of working that has a great potential, and I think many companies agree with me on that. And I think the social partner can promote and improve the woodworking sector at the European level and facilitate exchange between employers, workers, and VET providers. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, David. Thank you. By the way, if you have any questions, just raise your hand. I even have a microphone here, although we don't have much time left. But very quickly, one question. These days, the lack of workforce and automation is some kind of catch-22. It means that the industry should become more automized. On the other hand, it means that you are stepping into the market of workforce, of IT even, which is really, really heavy market to operate in. So what is the tendency here?
Well, I wouldn't say that we are as far gone as the auto industry, where there is the total change of competence in the workforce. But the thing you mentioned, more automation, more robotization, of course, means more competition when it comes to getting the right workforce. And that is a big challenge. And I think we have to work with the attractiveness of the sector to find and recruit groups of people that has never before thought it as a possibility to work in the woodworking sector, because I think it has been regarded as a low-tech sector, which is not anymore. So exactly the problem that you point on is a big challenge for the future, and getting young people technically advanced and technically well educated to look at our sectors. On the other hand, as I said before, I think when we look on the values young people have today, it's important to make a difference, and the woodworking sector, in the woodworking sector, you can make a big difference when it comes to the climate change, and I think we have to talk more about that. And I also think we have to talk more about the products that are being made in the woodworking sector. It's basically products that everybody likes and everybody has a good relation to.
Mm-hmm.
Be it beautiful furniture, or be it beautiful houses, or beautiful wooden flooring, or whatnot. People, as in general, like what we do, and that is something that can't be said for all sectors.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, David Johnson, and thank you for your presentation. I guess this is a very good start. There are some directions to think towards today also, and I would say a little nice framework for today's work further on. Now, let's talk about internationalization of VET and development of EQF5. German Federal Ministry of Education and Research representative of the department Erasmus, International Cooperation in Vocational Training, Alexander Hochradl, welcome.
Mr. Schröder, Mrs. Gintaute, Mrs. Karsk, Mrs. Kudau-Rauskinen, Mr. Johnson, dear ladies and gentlemen who are with us here today in beautiful Riga, and also to all the viewers on the screens all over Europe, I hope. First of all, thank you so much for this kind and warm welcome here in beautiful Riga. As I said, I arrived 2 days ago. The weather is even more sunnier than in Germany. And Mr. Schröder, you are tempting us. You were talking about the Oktoberfest in next year. Mr. Johnson said so too. I think we can form a team, and hopefully I will be there next year in October. It's my first time here in Riga. We're working closely together with our Latvian partner ministry based on a joint declaration of intent in vocational education and training. And I have to say I'm really impressed by what our Latvian partners are doing in this field, and I have to say that there's a strong German commitment from my ministry to keep up the good spirit that defines our cooperation. It's my first time in Riga, and I am delighted that today's event is the first for me in a very long time that I could travel to and have the opportunity for face-to-face discussions as we had yesterday, as well as to visit interesting places in and around Riga. I'm also very delighted to be able to learn more about the Skilled Up project from all of you today. And for the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, it has always been important to ensure close relations with our European partners. And Latvia is a really strong European partner for us. In the case of Latvia, we have had excellent cooperation on the topic of vocational education and training already since 2012. I am very impressed, as I said, by the great changes that Latvia has undertaken since then and how it has gone its own way forward. I would call it even the Latvian way towards work-based learning. And I'm also happy that by being able to travel to this conference, and thank you once again so much for the invitation, means that we can resume our discussions with our Latvian partners as we started today. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned at the beginning, this for me is the first time here, and it's the first time that I and possibly many of you have been able to attend a large event like this personally. We are all aware of how the year 2020 was completely affected by COVID-19. In Germany, just like in many other countries, as you can imagine, the coronavirus and its effects turned our lives upside down and created also a whole series of challenges, not just for our personal lives, but also for the dual system of vocational education and training in particular. As you can imagine, schools and intercompany training centers had to remain closed for months to end. Instruction had to take place online. Numerous business had to place staff on short-time work, including training staff and students. The pandemic has continued to have a considerable impact on our lives this year as well. And I personally think that the economic cost of the pandemic in the medium to long term will only really become apparent in the next few years. This is also why the German federal government took swift action and sent a strong signal of support for vocational education and training. Therefore, we launched a federal program called Ausbildungsplätze sichern, which is securing training places for this purpose. With a budget of 500 million euros, it is one of the biggest funding measures in the history of vocational education and training in Germany, and it excludes, for example, financial rewards for small and medium-sized enterprises if they maintain or increase the number of training places in the training, grants for businesses if they do not put their apprentices on short-time work. This federal program was highly effective and was designed, as I said, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises that have been particularly hard hit by the pandemic. Along with its other emergency measures to deal with the crisis, the German federal government has been continually addressing the conditions relating to dual vocational education and training. And among other improvements, we introduced also a minimum wage for apprentices. This highlights the value of their work, of course, because it is important for young people not only to receive good training, but also to quickly become financially independent. We have also provided boost for advanced vocational education and training with new upgrading training levels and new qualification titles such as Bachelor Professional or Master Professional. I think that the names of both these qualifications have the advantage of being understandable in other countries and also clearly signal the equivalence of vocational and academic education. Ease of transfer between education sectors and career advancements are key and priority for us. What we intend is to make them achievable for everyone. And this is how we are providing for modern vocational education and training. This is how we are supporting our hardworking young people. And this is also how we are contributing today to ensuring the skills needed tomorrow. By providing emergency support and establishing good general conditions, we are sending out a signal that effective dual vocational education and training is important to us. Effective dual vocational education and trainings opens the door to a successful working life. It is one of the cornerstones of our innovative strengths and our strong economy. The COVID-19 pandemic has also reminded us, and especially in Germany, how important digitalization is, not least for vocational education and training. And during the pandemic, schools were closed from one day to the next, and teaching suddenly had to move online. But as you all can imagine, not all schools had the necessary equipment, and moreover, especially teachers were not prepared in terms of teaching methods and technical know-how. My ministry, the Federal Ministry of Education and Research, launched an immediate action program for developing teaching and learning content for digital infrastructure and system administration. In total, the federal German government is investing 6.5 billion euros in the digital transformation of schools. We in Germany have had decades of experience with the dual system of vocational education and training. And dual vocational education and training in Germany is a true success story, I think I can say. The German federal government and my ministry are are constantly investing into the future, because having fewer apprentices today means there will be fewer skilled professionals tomorrow. This is particularly critical at a time when we urgently, as we have seen in the presentation from Mr. Johnson, needed skilled workers. From 2019 to 2020, it was not only that there was a decrease in the number of training places available in Germany, but the pandemic also made it more difficult to align company-based training offers with what young people were seeking for. Training fairs, job fairs, and work placements were all cancelled or only able to take place under tight restrictions. As a result, unfortunately, almost 60,000 or nearly 12% of company training places were still not filled by last year's deadline of September, and as a consequence of the fall in both supply and demand, as well as the increasing problems in matching the right people with the right training places, the number of new training contracts fell in the first time of the history of Germany by nearly 11% compared to the previous year. In 2019, the number of newly concluded training contracts in Germany had been 525,000, and in 2020 it fell to well under 500,000 for the first time ever. I think there were various reasons for the fall, some of which were linked to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, and other reasons, as we also discussed yesterday with our partner ministry, are the trend towards university studies, especially in times of economic uncertainty. However, and despite all these negative effects, I honestly believe that we learned our lesson, and yes, there are also some grounds for optimism. We must maintain and foster the dual system of vocational education and training, which is the centerpiece of Germany's economic strength and prosperity. We need to do everything in our power to ensure the dual vocational education and training continues to be an attractive option for young people. Because the financial and economic crisis of 2008 and 2009 showed us already one thing, that we must continue to rely on dual vocational education and training, especially at times of crisis. We are doing this by working together continuously with the social partners, the employers and business associations, as well as labor unions, to make sure that vocational qualifications offer good opportunity for career advancement, and to ensure that vocational education and training enables young people to develop viable prospects for their futures, both in their professional and private lives. The last year, 2020, was an eventful year for all of us, dominated as it was by the COVID-19 pandemic. Germany held the presidency of the Council of the European Union in the second half of the year, and in the area of education, the presidency was deeply influenced by the effects of the COVID-19 crisis. As a result, there was an increased focus on issues such as resilience, digitalization, and also closer cooperation on education topics. The overall aim of the German presidency was to establish education and research as drivers of a more sustainable, resilient, and sovereign Europe. And I do think that we have succeeded in much of what we have set out to do, even under the restrictive conditions of the pandemic. Digital education was also a priority for our presidency. It was not only about infrastructure and equipment, but also about closely supporting learners and teachers. It was and remains the task of policymakers to ensure that digitalization makes life better, not worse. And the focus has to be on the people. All technologies must be for the good of people. And this applies also to vocational education and training, where digital technologies should bring improvements in quality. Here too, we continue to learn from each other in Europe, and I personally think that Germany also can learn a lot from Latvia in this field. We also gave new importance to vocational education and training in Europe with the Osnabrück Declaration. Osnabrück is a beautiful city in Germany, but not as beautiful as Riga is, of course. The Osnabrück Declaration is supporting the following aims. Firstly, improving the permeability or ease of transfer between vocational and academic education. Secondly, enabling the award of continuing education certificates up to full training qualification. And thirdly, facilitating structured transnational exchange among apprentices and trainers, as well as cooperation with international organizations. For example, the OECD or UNESCO, with the shared aim of creating a joint agenda for vocational education and training. With all these new initiatives, we were and are strengthening the European education area and creating closer cooperation across Europe. Making Europe fit for the future is a great slogan, more sustainable, more digital, and above all, more attractive. This is our common goal. As I said before, the dual system of vocational education and training is crucial to Germany's economic strength, because we can only fully exploit our innovative strengths if we have enough technicians, if we have enough mastercraft people, and if we have enough certified business management specialists. In order to ensure the availability of the skills needed in the future, we need to find the answers to the important questions today. After all, fewer trainees today means fewer skilled professionals tomorrow. And what is true for Germany is also true for our bilateral collaborations in vocational education and training. We can only achieve economic prosperity, social cohesion and participation, individual employability, and the competitiveness of our economies if we can rely on a highly qualified workforce. And this is why international cooperation in vocational education and training is a really important policy area for the federal government and for my ministry, the Federal Ministry of Education and Research in particular. Ladies and gentlemen, strong and effective vocational education and training can play a major role in the rapid recovery of our economies after the COVID-19 pandemic. Vocational education and training provides real opportunities for huge numbers of young people in Germany, in Latvia, and in Europe. I would like to stress again that vocational education and training is a really good start to working life. With this fabulous project that is being presented today, Latvia has made an important contribution for cooperation in advanced vocational education and training. And I think that today we are jointly sending an important signal that career prospects can also be promoted and facilitated by way of vocational education and training. On this note, I would like to wish us all a very interesting conference and inspiring discussions. Liels Paldis par Jūsu uzmanību. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Hochradl, one thing you think Baltic states and Germany should work together much more tighter than before on VET education. One thing you would go for. Germany and Baltics.
I think we have to be in constant contact, because only if we constantly talk to each other, if we're permanently exchanging ideas, we can foster our cooperation. Mm-hmm. And I said before, what is true for Germany is also true for Latvia. I have to correct myself a little bit, because collaboration in vocational education and training, it's not a copy and paste thing. So we have always to take into consideration the cultural, social, economic, political circumstances of every country, and see how we can support each other. And I think one important thing that I also learned from the field visits our partner ministry organized yesterday was that we actually can learn a lot from Latvia. And this is not a dialogue in one direction, this is a dialogue in two directions. And this is why I'm here, not for the first time in Riga, but hopefully not for the last time. And definitely see you in Oktoberfest next year, because I'm from Bavaria.
Thank you. And we have a little present from organizers to you. It's just a little souvenir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's see, what is the playground, or the, I would say, a framework, the rules in Baltic states on the level of ministries. Representatives of Baltic country ministries of education will inform us about the situation with and current development of EQF5 education programs in Baltic states. And we will begin with the current situation in VET level EQF5 in Estonia. So please welcome Estonian Ministry of Education and Research of the Republic of Estonia, advisor in the Department of Higher Education, Vocational Education and Training Policy and Lifelong Learning, Rita Kask. Welcome.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, it's an honor to be here and represent the Estonian Ministry of Education and Research and tell you about our policy developments, maybe about success and challenges in fifth level VET in Estonia. The first picture is our ministry in Tartu, situated in Tartu, in the capital of education, science, and research. But nevertheless, Tallinn is as beautiful and smart as Riga, I guess. So welcome to Tallinn as well. Ministry of Education and Research situates in two cities in Estonia, in Tartu and in Tallinn. So, just to come closer to our today's topic, I would like to remind about our skills needs forecasting system OSCA findings on 2016 about forestry and timber industry. And one of the findings was that employers expect formal education and training to prepare workers who have much bigger picture and can quickly contribute to the workforce. And also, there was stated that schools should increase the share of sector-specific ICT training in the forestry and timber industry curricula, including focusing on the development of sectoral technology competencies and to add an overview of technologies. It was said by my Swedish colleague as well today. And one main goal in forestry and timber industry was then and is to increase the workforce numbers who generate higher added value. And what we did in our VET system, just few facts about Estonian VET. Firstly, we have 32 VET institutions. These are state-owned. 26 of these are state-owned, 4 private and 2 municipal ones, and 5 professional higher education institutions who also have VET curricula there in place. Main areas in Estonian VET are services and technical fields, production and construction. We have about 2,000 teachers. Unluckily, they are quite old now, and we need fresh blood in our VET system, definitely. We have 24,000 students, and legal framework that regulates our Estonian VET system is Vocational Education Institutions Act. You can get it in English also, and as well, Standard of Vocational Education in English available. So this is a brief overview, and if you need more complicated picture, then you can continue by CDFOP's chart, where you can follow progression routes, and on the top you see EQF 5-level VET programs up to 2.5 years, and including work-based learning minimum 50%. It's our today's topic here as well. Next slide. Just to refer how we connected our qualification system with education system 2013, what changes we had, even before, to be honest, but we changed our VET law 2013, and with red color you see that VET qualifications reach from level 2 to level 5. So level 5 studies, in our case, are part of VET, not part of higher education. Next slide, please. Here you can follow how old input-centered curricula or types of VET were changed to outcome-based system, and types of VET were directly connected to the Estonian qualification system, levels 2 to 5. I will skip maybe some of the slides because I'm afraid that my presentation may be too long, but if you need to make more clarity to our VET system, then it's here explained how it looks like by the levels, and how is organized study volume in credit points, what are educational requirements for commencing studies, and what is the corresponding labor market requirement afterwards. Students' numbers by levels are introduced in next slide. We have a low level curricula on level 2 and 3 marked with blue color here, and you see that most studies take place on level 4, vocational secondary education, and 5th level students' share is about 17% now, but and the number of students is quite stable from year to year. We made a lot of changes in our law 2013, and fifth level studies to introduce them as a new category of VET was one of them only. So, and later on, 2019, we changed our VET standard, also connected to the level 5 studies, study volume. So, study volume in credit points is 60 to 150 credit points in initial training on 5th level. Continuous training is available from 15 to 60 credit points. Just to be clear, 1 credit point is 26 hours spent by a student on studies to acquire skills and knowledge. And 1 study year is 60 credit points. So initial training on 5th level starts from 1 year to the 2.5 years. So, continuous training curricula may be as short as half a semester. Can I change the slides myself, or you do it? Sorry?
Okay, just a second. Let me see. Is it on? On.
It's on.
Yep. Yeah, it is working. Thank you.
But it's not the right one.
We can
Yes.
go back and forth.
So after secondary education, students' numbers in VET after secondary education are as follows. Old curricula, we also had after secondary education studies. It's marked here with a blue color, but step by step we changed our curricula to 5th level studies, initial and continuing studies. And for now, we closed all old curricula groups at schools. So for 2020, we had more than 4,000 students on 5th level. And what are curricula requirements on 5th level? 5th qualification level curricula can be opened at school only if the right to provide instruction in the relevant curriculum group has been granted without a term. So we are sure that there is a quality in place. Or if the opening of curriculum is supported by the social partners corresponding to the curriculum group. And 5th level studies covered by 238 school curricula in Estonia. From them, 94 curricula are initial studies. It's current year numbers. Wait, sorry. as you already understood, level 5 entry requirement is secondary education, and in initial training, just secondary education. And if there is a continuing education curricula on level 5, there also should be 4th or 5th level qualification before, or the existence of corresponding competencies or work experience. And 5th level graduates, they become intermediate level specialists, technicians and officials. And from continuous programs, they graduate as complex tasks workers involving machines and devices, craftsmanship and skilled labor, highly skilled laborers in the fields of agriculture and fishing, service and administration, and etc. Fifth level graduates have vocational, professional and occupational training sufficient for working as mid-level specialists and technicians or clerical support, as I said already. So we prepare them in many schools in Estonia. Popular curriculum groups in our case are business and administration, such as accounting and taxation, marketing and advertising, management and administration, wholesale and retail sales, as well as services, curriculum groups, hair and beauty services, for example, but also engineering, manufacturing and construction, like materials, glass, paper, plastic and wood product technicians. And also health and welfare, to therapy and rehabilitation and so on. So to have a look on this chart, you can see that most popular are business, administration and law, then services, engineering, manufacturing comes as third. Last year, we prepared a little comparison between initial and continuing studies curriculum by curriculum groups, and there are some differences. In continuing studies, accounting and taxation is not so popular anymore. So crop and livestock production, hotel, restaurants and catering are much more popular there. What will be Estonian labor market today and tomorrow? This is a study in our OSCA system. And according to the prognosis, in 2027, the number of employees will be about the same as in 2019. But the number of job specialists doing more complex works will increase, and the number of routine jobs will decrease. So in the future, in Estonian labor market needs smart workers who know how to implement, develop, maintain, and manage technology in different fields. And the number of routine jobs that are easy to substitute with technology will decrease also. In the future, the growth is expected in more personal services as well. The number of jobs that require data analysis, skills, but also empathy and creativity will increase, as it's said already today here. how education strategy to 2013 meets future challenges. Just to mention some of aspects that are much more connected with today's topic. We have the concept of regional education centers to create new forms of study and linking general, vocational and higher education and non-formal learning, and facilitate much more transition opportunities for learners to acquire education in smaller modules, bite-sized learning, micro-credentials, as well as green and digital learning VET mentioned here already, and fifth-level curricular development, maybe also in higher education. Do we need it in higher education level? Discussions are just going on in Estonia on that matter. So this is briefly about Estonian fifth-level studies. I will stop here and will very curious to hear my colleagues from Latvia and Lithuania.
Thank you. Just in case we have any questions, anybody? Here's a mic. There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Rita. Very interesting to learn about Estonia. We, of course, in Germany look with lots of admiration to Estonia. #1 in PISA, you're doing something right, yeah. So maybe we can learn a bit. I was wondering one point. You had this work-based learning components and the requirements, minimum 50% in most of
on fifth level.
Yeah. Now also on the second, third.
Yes.
So I wanna exactly point there. Are you happy? What's the reality? Are you happy with the linkage there? Because from the slides I could see that actually. Some of the companies need, were addressing this
work-based learning
gap, or
Yes, we have work-based learning in Estonia in place. It's 10% of pupils are studying fully work-based learning programs. And the share of work-based learning is 2/3 of curricula. 2/3 of curricula takes place in enterprises. But in every curricula, there is mandatory work-based learning component. And as you saw, it's the smallest in upper secondary VET, and it's biggest in lower levels, so in level 2 and 3. So it's everywhere. It's mandatory by law, and it functions also. So
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, a little present or souvenir from the organizers. Thank you, Rita. Now, let's go Latvia, but before that, in case you would like to study the slides you have seen and you would like to study them in detail, they will be in the skilledup.eu webpage later on, so you will see the presentations too. Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Latvia, Director of the Department of Vocational and Adult Education, Rūta Gintaute Marihina. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the great conference and thank you for the invitation. And especially thank you for Baltic German Chamber and thank you also colleagues from German Ministry of Education and from Estonia and Lithuania. And I try to little bit present you our situation in Latvia in 5th level in our vocational education system. Oh, okay. On this slide, you can see in Latvia a key of VET developments over past decades. And actually, our vocational education system in our regulation started from 1000, you can see, our VET law is adopted of 110, and our VET system must develop to play its active and key role in furthering lifelong learning policies and supplying the highly skilled workforce necessary to make Europe one of the most competitive and dynamic knowledge-based economies and societies in the world. I'm sorry, but a little bit difficult, yes, to see to see slides. Yes. Okay. And actually, our vocational education and training reform in Latvia implies the formation of a flexible vocational education and training system in compliance with the labor market needs, which should be capable of reacting to fast changes and working in close collaboration with the social partners and other involved stakeholders. And of course, our VET system must be developed to play its active and key role in furthering lifelong learning policies and supplying the highly skilled workforce necessary to make Europe of the most competitive and dynamic knowledge-based economics and societies in the world. And horizontally, we are trying to implement, of course, those things which is important in Europe, such as digital transformation, resilience, and dealing with the unpredictable sustainability and green developments. And going further. On this slide, you can see a system in Latvia. It's an education system and labor market imbalances. And here you can see actually a situation that shows lack of labor force, especially in professional secondary level, because in every year graduates in this level is a little bit more than 700 students, and also we see lack of labor force in higher, especially in higher professional education. And how we try to deal with it. The overcharging goal of education development in Latvia for next planning period, 2021 till 2027, to provide quality education opportunities for all inhabitants of Latvia in order to promote the development and realization of their potential throughout their lives and to develop their ability to deal with change and responsibly manage constant change in the society and economy. But our system provides the possibilities of providing qualified labor force. That means we implementing and providing initial vocational education, also short 1.5 years programs continuing adult education at this moment till fourth level. And of course, we trying to manage with retraining on the employment people. And also important part is the recognition of non-formal qualifications and the recognition of qualifications for employment also. And there are, of course, various opportunities to meet the demand for skilled labor. And also very important is cooperation, coordinated cooperation between Ministry of Economics, Ministry of Welfare, and Ministry of Education and Science, and also social partners. What about situation regard fifth level? At this moment, we developing occupational standards and professional qualification requirements and development criteria and fields of study in which accreditation of study programs are provided, because at current situation is we have study programs but not continuing adult education programs at fifth level, and only for the professional qualification included in sector qualification framework in coordination with sector expert councils. And we also being aware of the needs of all 15 sectors accordingly, and also very important is regularly update those standards and those requirements which is included in occupational standards. And we take in account also vision of future workforce development, for example, wood processing, transport sector, and others, especially STEM and service areas. And in mention the project which implementing National Center for Education, planned develop 40 occupational standards in the fifth level of Latvian qualification framework. In this slide, you can see our situation overviewing. We have, our system 8 levels, and formal education part and players are our VET schools, technicums, and professional secondary schools, our colleges, higher education institutions, and also one part of our system is different kind of adult education centers, which is especially active in lifelong learning, different kind of very short programs. Okay, and further. What is situation at this moment? Here you can see situation of development of occupational standards, especially in STEM sectors. And we have made very important standards which require industry, which require our companies. And there's a construction industry. You can see different kind of qualifications, occupations, and also for information and communication technology in the fifth level, also chemical and chemistry, pharmacy, biotechnology biotechnology industry, and also very important sector is metalworking, mechanical engineering industry. But we have other standards also in the developing process. Okay. And a little bit about our very important process at this moment. It's in our parliament. before second reading, we are going further with our vocational education law amendments, and main thing and our goal is absolutely change paradigm, and the structure of education must, of course, correspond then to the structure of employment, and we try to deal with it. Educational institutions that prepare fifth level specialists need to be, of course, strengthened in the next period. And also the best vocational education competence centers, technicums that I mentioned, should implement in the nearest future fifth level programs, not only those first cycle higher education programs, but also adult continuing education programs, and probably parts of them, separate modules or qualification parts. And the experience of vocational education in the connection of program curriculum's content with the requirements of the labor market should be used at the higher education in continuing vocational programs, transition to modular education programs, which we are planned to develop in next period. And the vocational education law applies to all levels of vocational education and make more wide chance to learn adults in lifelong perspective. And it's my last slide, actually, and I would like to little bit, something wrong, but not here, okay. On those screen, yes. Sorry, I try to see on my paper that picture. And yes, our VET content infrastructure consists of occupational standards. It's a first and very fundamental thing. Second important part is modular programs, which is based on learning outcomes and professional qualification exams have been developed also in accordance with those occupational standards. And this scheme, you can see also basic things which is very important for our vocational education system development in nearest future. And yes, thank you very much for attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruta. Thank you. And yes, that's how the hybrid or digital events are happening. Everything is happening on the stage, and the good thing is we are used to it. Thank you. Once again, round of applause and a little souvenir. Well, let's get things sorted out. Something like that. Tokata? Okay. All right, now let's go to Lithuania, and please welcome Ministry of Education, Science and Sport of the Republic of Lithuania, Vice Minister, Dr. Agne Kudriauskienė. Welcome.
Good morning, or should I say good afternoon already, dear colleagues. Labas. Mr. Florian and my dear colleagues from Germany, Estonia, and Latvia. It's really exciting to be here since our government started working in the December of 2020, so it's actually my first visit outside Lithuania, first live visit. And yeah, I must have forgot already how to act, in live meetings. So sorry if I might be some disturbed. It was, first of all, very nice to hear presentations of my colleagues in the Baltic countries and also in Germany. And I will try to be fast because I'm the last before the lunch break, and everyone, I think, is already there in their minds. So about the level 5 qualifications in Lithuania. Very short information that we have 8-level structure that was approved by the government in 2010. The criteria of the qualification framework levels, of course, are based on the activity complexity, performance independence, and activity variability. And the implementation of this qualification framework was through the design of sectoral qualification standards. For today, we have 23 of them, and also the design of national descriptors of study fields in higher education. So very shortly, how our qualification framework looks like. Hearing my colleagues before, I see that we have very similar systems since we are in the European qualification framework. As you see now, the level 5 is also in the higher education and VET area, but to be, yes, I'm already going to the slide, which is, I think, most important. So is it vocational education and training or higher education? Because we are still in the discussions with the higher education institutions, with vocational training institutions, and with employers. Where are we? Because in Lithuania, we had amendments to the science and higher education law in 2018 and 2020. So the Lithuanian qualification framework legitimated short cycle studies at higher education level, awarding level 5 qualifications. And the law says that study programs may be delivered jointly by higher education colleges, not universities, and also the vocational education and training institutions. But at the same time, there are also pilots of VET programs at the level 5 that also are implemented jointly by the higher education colleges and VET institutions. And I would say that the only real not piloted implementation of level 5 is in our National Art School, which implements programs for ballet dancer and contemporary dancer qualifications. So just a little bit about our system of VET and higher education. So in Lithuania, we're quite a small country, but we have many educational institutions. So we have 41 higher education institutions, from which we have 19 universities and 22 colleges. And also we have 56 vocational training centers. And of course we have quite limited number of students who enroll into VET or higher education. So maybe that's why there are some tensions between these two sectors. But I would say that I am quite happy how we have discussions for this period together with colleges and together with employers, and looking for the best solution for all the sectors and of course for the labor market, because when we talk with employers what qualifications and what specialists they need, so basically they are talking about the need of masters, people who have very good skills and also are able to work with others to be in the management position a little bit, and that's why we're still in the discussions how to better respond the needs of the labor market. So about the law that is now regarding the short cycle studies in Lithuania. So it is a degree of higher education for obtaining a professional qualification. So the college should issue a study certificate. The volume of studies are from 90 to 120 study credits. And the law says that short cycle study programs must comply with the sectoral qualification standards and also higher education study benchmark statements. What is very important is that 30 or 40 credits of the program should be awarded for students' internships in a real workplace. This is where we see the level of mastery of the skills. And also the law says that colleges and VET institutions may implement joint study programs because if the colleges are strong in more theoretical and management areas, so the vocational training centers that have very good infrastructure can provide very strong skills for the students. The law says that enrollment criteria is at least upper secondary education or professional qualification acquired after finalizing level 4 VET program in the same area. So as I said before, we still have more of a pilot level 5 programs in Lithuania, and I think that this project, the Skilled Up, is also a little bit of a moving forward in this direction, so I'm very excited to be here and to hear more about this project and the lessons learned. But I want to tell you more about the pilots of VET programs at level 5. So these pilot programs were implemented in 2020 and 2021. So there were 6 modular VET programs that were implemented by college and vocational training centers. So they were cooperating. Around 80% of all the process were implemented in vocational training centers. So what the lessons were learned from these pilot programs is that cooperation between colleges and VET institutions are really possible, and also it is very important to have employers participating in that process because, well, these programs were initially made to provide the practical skills for the people who are already working in that sector. So that means if they are working in the qualification level where they don't need management skills or they are just technicians, they got the skills that provided them to go a bit higher in their position. So now what the educational scientists recommends for us is that we should have like a division a little bit for the level 5. This is what I heard before, that we cannot have the one-fits-all approach on this side because every country chooses their own decisions. So if we are choosing level 5 for the short cycle study programs, which should start in the next year, in the next learning year, is that it should provide programs for activities requiring more academic vocational knowledge based on applied and fundamental research, for example, like health professionals. and also activities related to the introduction of technological, organizational, and social innovations, like, for example, junior engineers, technicians, innovations managers. But what is very important is that all the short cycle studies should correspond with the Bologna process. So this is where our study quality center is saying that we need to work more on the qualifications and the names of the qualifications and all the content, so that we won't be in the vocational training level, but more in the study level. But what employers are highlighting for us is that VET programs are very important for them because, VET programs provide some special vocational knowledge and a higher level of practical skills. For example, provision of services, organization of production, and provision of other activities. Also, activities related to the use of technological, organizational, and social innovations, for example, like masters or administrators. And of course, if the fifth level program is implemented in vocational training area, so prior practical professional experience is a prerequisite, because if you want to become a master of your profession, you must have a prior experience and skills that are required. So, well, I would say that we are moving in a right direction now in Lithuania, and of course, being here and hearing all the experiences from our colleagues is very valuable. And I think that next year we will have a first round of level 5 programs in short cycle study area. And also I think that VET programs will be implemented after learning lessons from the pilot projects. So this is it from me. I'm in time, and if you have any questions, I can answer now, or we can chat during the lunch or after, and I will be excited to answer it.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions? Great, so it means everything is so absolutely clear. But being a doctor in sciences and watching the workforce market, it seems to me in all the industries the problem is the same, the lack of people. Where are they going? Where are those all those people? Because even IT industry is lacking people. There's no lorry drivers. 90,000 lorry drivers short is the UK market now, and they are offering like, I don't know, 40, 60K salaries per year, and it still doesn't work. Where are they?
Well, I would say that we think, for example, in Lithuania, we lack of career guidance and professional orientation starting in the general education. So that means that young people, they don't know how the market works. What they know what their parents do, they know what their neighbors do, and they know, I don't know, watching on television or something. But we are really looking forward starting a really strong campaign of career counseling from the next year. And we hope that young people will be able to know more sectors, right? What I heard before, the wood sector. We have the green transition. We have all the, for example, in Lithuania, from the Recovery and Resilience Fund, we have 400 million for the wood construction. But well, then we can ask ourselves a question, who will do that, right? Because we don't have specialists in that field. We have a lack of specialists also. So basically, I think that sectors and employers need to be active in this process too. They need to tell more for the society what they do, what salaries they give for the people, so that well, there would be more people who could try enter not maybe managerial fields or I don't know, the service fields, but also go into technical, because it's sometimes a bit frightening, right? You don't know how the industry works now. So if you imagine that before there were a lot of like, you know, working with hands and dirty surroundings, so if you now enter the plant of the metal or wood, whatever, there's just computer machines everywhere, and you can go with your white shirts to work. So.
Or you jump in a tractor and suddenly there are just 2 joysticks and 3 different screens to work with.
Exactly. So we need to tell more, especially for the young people, how the industry is changing and how modern the industry.
So the industry should go to TikTok and make short movies on how things are working.
Well, that's a solution. That's a solution. I think it's the best, you know, to reach the youngsters of the.
All right,
today.
good luck on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Kudrauskiene. And we are now planning to come back and see what you have done in the Baltic states. So at 1 o'clock, Baltic summertime, Skill Up project partners will share their experience with the training programs in all 3 Baltic states. Then you should be ready to ask questions, please. The microphone will be here. And of course, during the lunch break, which is actually experience sharing break, which will go until 1 o'clock, 90 minutes, please share your experience and get ready to work more. But now, there's another thing. After the break, we will have also a discussion of the stakeholders on the screen, and then we will sign the letter of intent. Thank you. See you at 1 o'clock.
Baldų ir medienos pramonė Lietuvoje yra ypatinga tuo, kad tai yra viena pagrindinių pramonės sričių Lietuvoje. Tai yra tai, kuo Lietuva gali itin didžiuotis. Esame vieni turbūt iš stabiliausių pramonės sričių ir nuolat auganti sritis.
Ši pramonė Lietuvoje turbūt ypatinga tuom, kad užima labai svarę dalį visos pramonės atžvilgių, kadangi mes esam šalis tokia perdirbėja iš tikrųjų, tai ir miškinga šalis, tai baldų pramonė nuo seno kaip ir buvo viena iš pagrindinių iš tikrųjų mūsų šakų arba sričių. Tai viskas prasidėjo nuo lentpjūvystės, dabar viskas peraugo daugiau mažiau į perdirbamąją pramonę. Taip pat mes ir esam šios pramonės atstovai.
Tai iš tikrųjų pats projektas labai nustebino, nes labai didžiulis buvo ir daug naujų dalykų išmokau, nuo kokybės kontrolės iki nežinau, vadybos, komunikacijos, kaip procesai vyksta pačios įmonės viduje, administracijoje. Tai iš tikrųjų labai daug visko išmokau.
Būtent šitas projektas man suteikė galimybę išmokti pagaliau ir kompiuterių braižyti, nes jie yra labai gerai bendraujant su klientais ir kas paskatino mane įkurti mažąją bendriją. Ir be abejo sužinojau daug įvairių ir naudingų dalykų, nebūtent kas susiję grinai su baldų rinkimu ir taip toliau.
Ypatingos tuo, kad jos gali vykti neatsitraukiant nuo darbo ir ypatingos tuo, kad galima kelti kvalifikaciją atsižvelgiant į šiuolaikinių technologijų ir įvairiausių kitų sprendimų vystymąsi.
Stoti į aukštąsias mokyklas, dauguma dirbančiųjų neturi motyvacijos arba laiko, dėl to šioje srityje labai gera perspektyva yra trumpojo ciklo arba 5 lygio programa. Darbuotojai dirbantis jau pramonėje galėtų atvykti į mokymus savaitgaliais arba po darbų ir įgyti reikalingų joms žinių bei pakelti kvalifikaciją ir tokiu būdu galėtų jie dirbti aukštesnę kvalifikaciją reikalaujantį darbą bei tuo pačiu uždirbti daugiau pinigų.
Mano ir mano įmonės nuomonė tai yra būtina, kad kvalifikacija nuolat kiltų, nes tai yra surišta su tuo, kad technologijos ir visa aplinka aplinkui tik tai kinta labai stipriai žingsniais.
Turi bendradarbiauti, privalo bendradarbiauti, nes specialistų trūksta. Ir manau, jeigu įmonės su kolegija bendradarbiautų, išsiaiškintų, ko žmonės nori, ko studentai nori ir galbūt bendradarbiaudami pritrauktų daugiau studentų į šitą pramonę.
Taip, baldų ir medienos apdirbimo pramonė yra tradicinė Lietuvos apdirbamosios pramonės šaka, turi labai senas tradicijas, remiasi vietiniais ištekliais ir ji ateity tikrai bus labai perspektyvi, labai reikalinga Lietuvos pramonės ūkio šaka.
Mani sauc Artūrs Bukonts, pārstāvu Latvijas kokapstrādes uzņēmēju un eksportētāju asociāciju, esmu organizācijas valdes loceklis un izpildu direktors. Jebkurai tautsaimniecības nozarē Latvijā viens no galvenajiem izaicinājumiem darba spēka pieejamība, tieši kvalificēta darba spēka pieejamība. Mēs skaidri redzam, ka gan jau šodien, gan arī tālākā nākotnē no darba tirgus Latvijā izies ārā krietni lielāks cilvēku skaits, tātad dosies pensijā, nekā viņā ienāks atkal iekšā. Līdz ar to arī mēs kopā ar Latvijas Lauksaimniecības Universitātes Meža fakultātes kokapstrādes katedru esam ķērušies pie darba, lai piedāvātu jaunu izglītības programmu šobrīd jau ražošanā nodarbinātājiem. Lai nodrošinātu to, ka šeit mācās tiešām jau strādājošie esošos uzņēmumos, arī programmas īstenošana tika izvēlēta kā darba vidē balstītas mācības. Tas nozīmē, principā, ka no visas programmas laika, kas ir 2 gadi, 1/3 šis cilvēks izglītojās klātienes nodarbībās, un 2/3 viņš strādā savā darbā ar jau pedagogu un lektoru formulētiem uzdevumiem paralēli, mēģinot īstenot un pētot situāciju savā darba vietā. Pilotu projekta grupā mums ir uzņēmumu pārstāvi no ļoti dažādām kokapstrādes apakšnozarēm. Mums ir gan no mēbeļu ražošanas, gan no zāģmateriāla ražošanas, no plātņu ražošanas, taras ražošanas un tā tālāk un tā joprojām. Šie cilvēki ir arī no ļoti dažādām pozīcijām savos uzņēmumos, līdz ar to arī tie savstarpējie līmeņi grupā mēdz būt ļoti atšķirīgi. Kas ir ieguvums arī pašiem apmācāmajiem, jo viņi vienmēr novērtē šīs savstarpējās diskusijas, jo no tām, no kolēģu pieredzes var iegūt, var teikt, tikpat, cik no tās programmas satura, ko mēs piedāvājam viņiem.
Mani sauc Sigita Liša, es esmu Latvijas Lauksaimniecības Universitātes Meža fakultātes kokapstrādes katedras vadītāja. Savu šo projektu mēs īstenībā neesam ne tikai, kā saka, pirmie celmlauži Latvijas sistēmā un izglītības jomā, bet vispār Eiropā kopumā. Jo šādu veidu projekts, kuru mēs sagatavojām 17. un 18. gadā, Un 18. gadā mēs saņēmām šo pozitīvo lēmumu, kad Eiropas komisija atbalsta šo projektu un ļauj iespēju visām 3 Baltijas valstīm sadarbībā ar partneriem to realizēt. Un tur jau iezīmēja šīs tendences, pēc kā būs pieprasījums nākotnē. Ja klasiskā izglītības sistēma vairāk tomēr ir ierobežot zināmos rāmjos normatīvā regulējumā, tad caur šo projektu mēs gribam to elastības momentu. Pēc katras reizes, kad mēs esam tikušies ar audzēkņiem, mēs prasam viņu šīs dienas vērtīgos iegūmus, ko pilnveidot, un ko uzreiz jau mēs redzam, ko mēs nākamā reizē mēs negribēsim. Un tad tas viss kopumā, kā saka, vide, komanda, cilvēki, elastības moments, kvalitāte, ātri reaģēt to, kas šobrīd ir svarīgs, kas ir svarīgs šiem audzēkņiem, kas ir svarīgs uzņēmumiem. Un mums, kā izglītības iestādē, ir tāds liels izaicinājums pielāgoties šai elastībā un to nodrošināt.
Tūlītās jau martā mēs plānojam uzņemt otro izglītojumu grupu. Šis sadarbības līgums par izglītības iegūšanu tiks slēgts trīspusējs. No izglītotāja puses, no darba ņēmēja un darba devēja puses, tā lai visas 3 puses ir informētas un arī iesaistītas procesā, tā izskaitā arī praktiskajā mācību īstenošanā. Un mēs, protams, gribam un ceram, ka visi mēs būsim Billy Gates vai Steve Jobs, kas principā bez tādas formālās izglītības ir tikuši līdz ļoti augstām virsotnēm, bet, ja paskatāmies statistiku, jo augstāks tev ir izglītības līmenis, jo regulārāk tu pilnveido savas zināšanas, jo lielākas iespējas, ka tu tiksi tālāk.
See projekt on andnud mulle palju uusi teadmisi, mida olen rakendanud oma töös. Olen saanud aidata enda kolleege, enda õpitud teadmistega. See projekt innustas mind ka edasi õppima. Projekt oli minu jaoks üks väga lõbus ettevõtmine, andes mulle palju häid sõpru ja ka äripartnerid. Kui projekt peaks korduma, ei kahtleks ma seda soovitada enda koostööpartneritele ja võtaksin ka ise kindlasti sellest osa.
When I build my house, I'll need some wood. And I'll saw the wood. When I build my house, I will saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me. When I build my house, I'll need some nails. And I'll hammer the nails. When I build my house, I will hammer the nails. When I build my house. Saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me too. When I build my house, I'll need some bricks. And I'll lay the bricks. When I build my house, I will lay the bricks. When I build my house, hammer the nails. When I build my house, saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me too. When I build my house, I'll need some cutest cats. They're the rudest, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you wanna shout. Cats, they chase lasers, cats. Their claws are razors, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They like warm places, cats. They scratch our faces, that's really all you need to know. Dogs believe in loyalty, cats believe their royalty. Dogs know you are their best friend, cats know you live to serve them. Cats, cats, that's really all you need to know. Cats, they like play fighting, cats. They like real biting, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They give you kisses, cats. They eat goldfishes, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you wanna shout. Cats, they bring dead presents, cats. They think we're peasants, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They act above us, cats, but deep down they love us, that's really all you need to know. That's really all you need to know. Cats, they're the cutest cats. They're the rudest, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so
Baldų ir medienos pramonė Lietuvoje yra ypatinga tuo, kad tai yra viena pagrindinių pramonės sričių Lietuvoje. Tai yra tai, kuo Lietuva gali itin didžiuotis. Esame vieni turbūt iš stabiliausių pramonės sričių ir nuolat auganti sritis.
Ši pramonė Lietuvoje turbūt ypatinga tuom, kad užima labai svarę dalį visos pramonės atžvilgių, kadangi mes esam šalis tokia perdirbėja iš tikrųjų, tai ir miškinga šalis, tai baldų pramonė nuo seno kaip ir buvo viena iš pagrindinių iš tikrųjų mūsų šakų arba sričių. Tai viskas prasidėjo nuo lentpjūvystės, dabar viskas peraugo daugiau mažiau į perdirbamąją pramonę. Tai mes ir esam šios pramonės atstovai.
Tai iš tikrųjų pats projektas labai nustebino, nes labai didžiulis buvo ir daug naujų dalykų išmokau nuo kokybės kontrolės iki nežinau, vadybos, komunikacijos, kaip procesai vyksta pačios įmonės viduje administracijoje. Tai iš tikrųjų labai daug visko išmokau.
Būtent šitas projektas man suteikė galimybę išmokti pagaliau ir kompiuterių braižyti, kas yra labai gerai bendraujant su klientais ir kas paskatino mane įkurti mažąją bendriją. Ir be abejo sužinojau daug įvairių ir naudingų dalykų, nebūtent kas susiję grinai su baldų rinkimu ir taip toliau.
Ypatingos tuo, kad jos gali vykti neatsitraukiant nuo darbo ir ypatingos tuo, kad galima kelti kvalifikaciją atsižvelgiant į šiuolaikinių technologijų ir įvairiausių kitų sprendimų vystymąsi.
Stoti į aukštąsias mokyklas, dauguma dirbančiųjų neturi motyvacijos arba laiko, dėl to šioje srityje labai gera perspektyva yra trumpojo ciklo arba 5 lygio programa. Darbuotojai dirbantis jau pramonėje galėtų atvykti į mokymus savaitgaliais arba po darbų ir įgyti reikalingų joms žinių bei pakelti kvalifikaciją ir tokiu būdu galėtų jie dirbti aukštesnę kvalifikaciją reikalaujantį darbą bei tuo pačiu uždirbti daugiau pinigų.
Mano ir mano įmonės nuomonė tai yra būtina, kad kvalifikacija nuolat kiltų, nes tai yra surišta su to, kad technologijos ir visa aplinka aplinkui tik tai kinta labai stipriai žingsniais.
Turi bendradarbiauti, privalo bendradarbiauti, nes specialistų trūksta. Ir manau, jeigu įmonės su kolegija bendradarbiautų, išsiaiškintų, ko žmonės nori, ko studentai nori ir galbūt bendradarbiaudami pritrauktų daugiau studentų į šitą pramonę.
Taip, baldų ir medienos apdirbimo pramonė yra tradicinė Lietuvos apdirbamosios pramonės šaka, turi labai senas tradicijas, remiasi vietiniais ištekliais ir ji ateity tikrai bus labai perspektyvi, labai reikalinga Lietuvos pramonės ūkio šaka.
Mani sauc Artūrs Bukonts, pārstāvu Latvijas kokapstrādes uzņēmēju un eksportētāju asociāciju, esmu organizācijas valdes loceklis un izpildu direktors. Jebkurai tautsaimniecības nozarē Latvijai viens no galvenajiem izaicinājumiem darba spēka pieejamība, tieši kvalificēta darba spēka pieejamība. Mēs skaidri redzam, ka gan jau šodien, gan arī tālākā nākotnē no darba tirgus Latvijā izies ārā krietni lielāks cilvēku skaits, tātad dosies pensijā, nekā viņā ienāks atkal iekšā. Līdz ar to arī mēs kopā ar Latvijas Lauksaimniecības Universitātes Meža fakultātes kokapstrādes katedru esam ķērušies pie darba, lai piedāvātu jaunu izglītības programmu šobrīd jau ražošanā nodarbinātājiem. Lai nodrošinātu to, ka šeit mācās tiešām jau strādājošie esošos uzņēmumos, arī programmas īstenošana tika izvēlēta kā darba vidē balstītas mācības. Tas nozīmē, principā, ka no visas programmas laika, kas ir 2 gadi, 1/3 šis cilvēks izglītojās klātienes nodarbībās, un 2/3 viņš strādā savā darbā ar jau pedagogu un lektoru formulētiem uzdevumiem paralēli, mēģinot īstenot un pētot situāciju savā darba vietā. Pilotu projekta grupā mums ir uzņēmumu pārstāvi no ļoti dažādām kokapstrādes apakšnozerēm. Mums ir gan no mēbeļu ražošanas, gan no zāļmateriāla ražošanas, no plātņu ražošanas, taras ražošanas un tā tālāk un tā joprojām. Šie cilvēki ir arī no ļoti dažādām pozīcijām savos uzņēmumos, līdz ar to arī tie savstarpējie līmeņi grupā mēdz būt ļoti atšķirīgi. kas ir ieguvums arī pašiem apmācāmajiem, jo viņi vienmēr novērtē šīs savstarpējās diskusijas, jo no tām, no kolēģu pieredzes var iegūt, var teikt, tikpat, cik no tās programmas satura, ko mēs piedāvājam viņiem.
Mani sauc Sigita Liša, es esmu Latvijas Lauksaimniecības universitātes Mežu fakultātes kokapstrādes katedras vadītāja. Savu šo projektu mēs īstenībā neesam ne tikai, kā saka, pirmie celmlauži Latvijas sistēmā un izglītības jomā, bet vispār Eiropā kopumā. Jo šādu veidu projekts, kur mēs sagatavojām 17. 18. gadā, un 18. gadā mēs saņēmām šo pozitīvo lēmumu, kad Eiropas komisija atbalsta šo projektu un ļauj iespēju visām 3 Baltijas valstīm sadarbībā ar partneriem to realizēt. Un tur jau iezīmē šīs tendences, pēc kā būs pieprasījums nākotnē. Ja klasiskā izglītības sistēma vairāk tomēr ir ierobežot zināmos rāmjos normatīvā regulējumā, tad caur šo projektu mēs gribam to elastības momentu. Pēc katras reizes, kad mēs esam tikušies ar audzēkņiem, mēs prasam viņu šīs dienas vērtīgos ieguvumus, ko pilnveidot, un ko uzreiz jau mēs redzam, ko mēs nākamā reizē mēs negribēsim. Un tad tas viss kopumā, kā saka, vide, komanda, cilvēki, elastības moments, kvalitāte, ātri reaģēt to, kas šobrīd ir svarīgs, kas ir svarīgs šiem audzēkņiem, kas ir svarīgs uzņēmumiem. Un mums, kā izglītības iestādēji, tāds liels izaicinājums pielāgoties šai elastībā un to nodrošināt.
Tūlītās jau martā mēs plānojam uzņemt otro izglītojumu grupu. Šis sadarbības līgums par izglītības iegūšanu tiks slēgts trīspusējs. No izglītotāja puses, no darba ņēmēja un darba devēja puses, tā lai visas 3 puses ir informētas un arī iesaistītas procesā, tā izskaitā arī praktiskajā mācību īstenošanā. Mēs, protams, gribam un ceram, ka visi mēs būsim Billi Gatesi vai Steve Jobsi, kas principā bez tādas formālās izglītības ir tikuši līdz ļoti augstām virsotnēm, bet, ja paskatāmies statistiku, jo augstāks tev ir izglītības līmenis, jo regulārāk tu pilnveido savas zināšanas, jo lielākas iespējas, ka tu tiksi tālāk.
See projekt on andnud mulle palju uusi teadmisi, mida olen rakendanud oma töös. Olen saanud aidata enda kolleege, enda õpitud teadmistega. See projekt innustas mind ka edasi õppima. Projekt oli minu jaoks üks väga lõbus ettevõtmine, andes mulle palju häid sõpru ja ka äripartnerid. Kui projekt peaks korduma, ei kahtleks ma seda soovitada enda koostööpartneritele ja võtaksin ka ise kindlasti sellest osa.
When I build my house, I'll need some wood. And I'll saw the wood. When I build my house, I will saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me. When I build my house, I'll need some nails. And I'll hammer the nails. When I build my house, I will hammer the nails. When I build my house, saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me too. When I build my house, I'll need some bricks. And I'll lay the bricks. When I build my house, I will lay the bricks. When I build my house, hammer the nails. When I build my house, saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me too.
cutest cats. They're the rudest, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you wanna shout. Cats, they chase lasers, cats. Their claws are razors, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They like warm places, cats. They scratch our faces, that's really all you need to know. Dogs believe in loyalty, cats believe their royalty. Dogs know you are their best friend, cats know you live to serve them. Cats, cats, that's really all you need to know. Cats, they like play fighting, cats. They like real biting, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They give you kisses, cats. They eat goldfishes, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you wanna shout. Cats, they bring dead presents, cats. They think we're peasants, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They act above us, cats, but deep down they love us, that's really all you need to know. That's really all you need to know.
Baldų ir medienos pramonė Lietuvoje yra ypatinga tuo, kad tai yra viena pagrindinių pramonės sričių Lietuvoje. Tai yra tai, kuo Lietuva gali itin didžiuotis. Esame vieni turbūt iš stabiliausių pramonės sričių ir nuolat auganti sritis.
Ši pramonė Lietuvoje turbūt ypatinga tuom, kad užima labai svarę dalį visos pramonės atžvilgių, kadangi mes esam šalis tokia perdirbėja iš tikrųjų, tai ir miškinga šalis, tai baldų pramonė nuo seno kaip ir buvo viena iš pagrindinių iš tikrųjų mūsų šakų arba sričių. Tai viskas prasidėjo nuo lentpjūvystės. Dabar viskas peraugo daugiau mažiau į perdirbamąją pramonę. Tai mes ir esam šios pramonės atstovai.
Tai iš tikrųjų pats projektas labai nustebino, nes labai didžiulis buvo. Ir daug naujų dalykų išmokau, nuo kokybės kontrolės iki nežinau, vadybos, komunikacijos, kaip procesai vyksta pačios įmonės viduje administracijoje. Tai iš tikrųjų labai daug visko išmokau.
Būtent šitas projektas man suteikė galimybę išmokti pagaliau ir kompiuterių braižyti, kas yra labai gerai bendraujant su klientais ir kas paskatino mane įkurti mažąją bendriją. Ir be abejo sužinojau daug įvairių ir naudingų dalykų, nebūtent kas susiję grynai su baldų rinkimu ir taip toliau.
Ypatingos tuo, kad jos gali vykti neatsitraukiant nuo darbo ir ypatingos tuo, kad galima kelti kvalifikaciją atsižvelgiant į šiuolaikinių technologijų ir įvairiausių kitų sprendimų vystymąsi.
Stoti į aukštasias mokyklas, dauguma dirbančiųjų neturi motyvacijos arba laiko, dėl to šioje srityje labai gera perspektyva yra trumpojo ciklo arba 5 lygio programa. Darbuotojai dirbantis jau pramonėje galėtų atvykti į mokymus savaitgaliais arba po darbų ir įgyti reikalingų joms žinių bei pakelti kvalifikaciją ir tokiu būdu galėtų jie dirbti aukštesnę kvalifikaciją reikalaujantį darbą bei tuo pačiu uždirbti daugiau pinigų.
Mano ir mano įmonės nuomonė tai yra būtina, kad kvalifikacija nuolat kiltų, nes tai yra surišta su to, kad technologijos ir visa aplinka aplinkui tik tai kinta labai stipriai žingsniais.
Turi bendradarbiauti, privalo bendradarbiauti, nes specialistų trūksta. Ir manau, jeigu įmonės su kolegija bendradarbiautų, išsiaiškintų, ko žmonės nori, ko studentai nori ir galbūt bendradarbiaudami pritrauktų daugiau studentų į šitą pramonę.
Taip, baldų ir medienos apdirbimo pramonė yra tradicinė Lietuvos apdirbamosios pramonės šaka, turi labai senas tradicijas, remiasi vietiniais ištekliais ir ji ateityje tikrai bus labai perspektyvi, labai reikalinga Lietuvos pramonės ūkio šaka.
Mani sauc Artūrs Bukons, pārstāvu Latvijas kokapstrādes uzņēmēju un eksportētāju asociāciju, esmu organizācijas valdes loceklis un izpildu direktors. Jebkurai tautsaimniecības nozarē Latvijai viens no galvenajiem izaicinājumiem darba spēka pieejamība, tieši kvalificēta darba spēka pieejamība. Mēs skaidri redzam, ka gan jau šodien, gan arī tālākā nākotnē no darba tirgus Latvijā izies ārā krietni lielāks cilvēku skaits, tātad dosies pensijā, nekā viņā ienāks atkal iekšā. Līdz ar to arī mēs kopā ar Latvijas Lauksaimniecības Universitātes Meža fakultātes kokapstrādes katedru esam ķērušies pie darba, lai piedāvātu jaunu izglītības programmu šobrīd jau ražošanā nodarbinātājiem. Lai nodrošinātu to, ka šeit mācās tiešām jau strādājošie esošos uzņēmumos, arī programmas īstenošana tika izvēlēta kā darba vidē balstītas mācības. Tas nozīmē, principā, ka no visas programmas laika, kas ir 2 gadi, 1/3 šis cilvēks izglītojās klātienes nodarbībās, un 2/3 viņš strādā savā darbā ar jau pedagogu un lektoru formulētiem uzdevumiem paralēli, mēģinot īstenot un pētot situāciju savā darba vietā. Pilotu projekta grupā mums ir uzņēmumu pārstāvi no ļoti dažādām kokapstrādes apakšnozerēm. Mums ir gan no mēbeļu ražošanas, gan no zāļmateriāla ražošanas, no plātņu ražošanas, taras ražošanas un tā tālāk un tā joprojām. Šie cilvēki ir arī no ļoti dažādām pozīcijām savos uzņēmumos, līdz ar to arī tie savstarpējie līmeņi grupā mēdz būt ļoti atšķirīgi. Kas ir ieguvums arī pašiem apmācāmajiem, jo viņi vienmēr novērtē šīs savstarpējās diskusijas, jo no tām, no kolēģu pieredzes var iegūt, var teikt, tikpat, cik no tās programmas satura, ko mēs piedāvājam viņiem.
Mani sauc Sigita Liša, es esmu Latvijas Lauksaimniecības Universitātes Meža fakultātes kokapstrādes katedras vadītāja. Savu šo projektu mēs īstenībā neesam ne tikai, kā saka, pirmie celmlauži Latvijas sistēmā un izglītības jomā, bet vispār Eiropā kopumā. Jo šādu veidu projekts, kur mēs sagatavojām 17. un 18. gadā, un 18. gadā mēs saņēmām šo pozitīvo lēmumu, kad Eiropas komisija atbalsta šo projektu un ļauj iespēju visām 3 Baltijas valstīm sadarbībā ar partneriem to realizēt, un tur jau iezīmē šīs tendences, pēc kā būs pieprasījums nākotnē. Ja klasiskā izglītības sistēma vairāk tomēr ir ierobežota zināmos rāmjos normatīvā regulējumā, tad caur šo projektu mēs gribam to elastības momentu. Pēc katras reizes, kad mēs esam tikušies ar audzēkņiem, Mēs prasam viņu šīs dienas vērtīgos iegūmus, ko pilnveidot, un ko uzreiz jau mēs redzam, ko mēs nākamā reizē, mēs negribēsim. Un tad tas viss kopumā, kā saka, vide, komanda, cilvēki, elastības moments, kvalitāte, ātri reaģēt to, kas šobrīd ir svarīgs, kas ir svarīgs šiem audzēkņiem, kas ir svarīgs uzņēmumiem. Un mums, kā izglītības iestādēji, tāds liels izaicinājums pielāgoties šai elastībā un to nodrošināt.
Tūlītās jau martā mēs plānojam uzņemt otro izglītojumu grupu. Šis sadarbības līgums par izglītības iegūšanu tiks slēgts trīspusējs. No izglītotāja puses, no darba ņēmēja un darba devēja puses, tā lai visas trīs puses ir informētas un arī iesaistītas procesā, tā izskaitā arī praktiskajā mācību īstenošanā. Mēs, protams, gribam un ceram, ka visi mēs būsim Billi Gatesi vai Steve Jobsi, kas principā bez tādas formālās izglītības ir tikuši līdz ļoti augstām virsotnēm, bet, ja paskatāmies statistiku, jo augstāks tev ir izglītības līmenis, jo regulārāk tu pilnveido savas zināšanas, jo lielākas iespējas, ka tu tiksi tālāk.
See projekt on andnud mulle palju uusi teadmisi, mida olen rakendanud oma töös. Olen saanud aidata enda kolleege, enda õpitud teadmistega. See projekt innustas mind ka edasi õppima. Projekt oli minu jaoks üks väga lõbus ettevõtmine, andes mulle palju häid sõpru ja ka äripartnerid. Kui projekt peaks korduma, ei kahtleks ma seda soovitada enda koostööpartneritele ja võtaksin ka ise kindlasti sellest osa.
When I build my house, I'll need some wood. And I'll saw the wood. When I build my house, I will saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me. When I build my house, I'll need some nails. And I'll hammer the nails. When I build my house, I will hammer the nails. When I build my house, saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me too. When I build my house, I'll need some bricks. And I'll lay the bricks. When I build my house, I will lay the bricks. When I build my house, hammer the nails. When I build my house, saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me too. When I build my house, I'll need some paint. And I'll paint the walls. When I build my house, I will paint the walls. When I build my house, lay the bricks. When I build my house, hammer the nails. When I build my house, saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me.
Cats, they're the cutest cats. They're the rudest, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you wanna shout. Cats, they chase lasers, cats. Their claws are razors, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They like warm places, cats. They scratch our faces, that's really all you need to know. Dogs believe in loyalty, cats believe their royalty. Dogs know you are their best friend, cats know you live to serve them. Cats, cats, that's really all you need to know. Cats, they like play fighting, cats. They like real biting, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They give you kisses, cats. They eat goldfishes, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you wanna shout. Cats, they bring dead presents, cats. They think we're peasants, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They act above us, cats, but deep down they love us, that's really all you need to know. That's really all you need to know.
Baldų ir medienos pramonė Lietuvoje yra ypatinga tuo, kad tai yra viena pagrindinių pramonės sričių Lietuvoje. Tai yra tai, kuo Lietuva gali itin didžiuotis. Esame vieni turbūt iš stabiliausių pramonės sričių ir nuolat auganti sritis.
Ši pramonė Lietuvoje turbūt ypatinga tuom, kad užima labai svarę dalį visos pramonės atžvilgių, kadangi mes esam šalis tokia perdirbėja iš tikrųjų, tai ir miškinga šalis, tai baldų pramonė nuo seno kaip ir buvo viena iš pagrindinių iš tikrųjų mūsų šakų arba sričių. Tai viskas prasidėjo nuo lentpjūvystės. Dabar viskas peraugo daugiau mažiau į perdirbamąją pramonę. Tai mes ir esam šios pramonės atstovai.
Tai iš tikrųjų pats projektas labai nustebino, nes labai didžiulis buvo. Ir daug naujų dalykų išmokau, nuo kokybės kontrolės iki nežinau, vadybos, komunikacijos, kaip procesai vyksta pačios įmonės viduje administracijoje. Tai iš tikrųjų labai daug visko išmokau.
Būtent šitas projektas man suteikė galimybę išmokti pagaliau ir kompiuterių braižyti, kas yra labai gerai bendraujant su klientais ir kas paskatino mane įkurti mažąją bendriją. Ir be abejo sužinojau daug įvairių ir naudingų dalykų, nebūtent kas susiję grynai su baldų rinkimu ir taip toliau.
Ypatingos tuo, kad jos gali vykti neatsitraukiant nuo darbo ir ypatingos tuo, kad galima kelti kvalifikaciją atsižvelgiant į šiuolaikinių technologijų ir įvairiausių kitų sprendimų vystymąsi.
Stoti į aukštąsias mokyklas, dauguma dirbančiųjų neturi motyvacijos arba laiko, dėl to šioje srityje labai gera perspektyva yra trumpojo ciklo arba 5 lygio programą. Darbuotojai dirbantis jau pramonėje galėtų atvykti į mokymus savaitgaliais arba po darbų ir įgyti reikalingų joms žinių bei pakelti kvalifikaciją ir tokiu būdu galėtų jie dirbti aukštesnę kvalifikaciją reikalaujantį darbą bei tuo pačiu uždirbti daugiau pinigų.
Mano ir mano įmonės nuomonė tai yra būtina, kad kvalifikacija nuolat kiltų, nes tai yra surišta su to, kad technologijos ir visa aplinka aplinkui tik tai kinta labai stipriai žingsniais.
Turi bendradarbiauti, privalo bendradarbiauti, nes specialistų trūksta. Ir manau, jeigu įmonės su kolegija bendradarbiautų, išsiaiškintų, ko žmonės nori, ko studentai nori ir galbūt bendradarbiaudami pritrauktų daugiau studentų į šitą pramonę.
Taip, baldų ir medienos apdirbimo pramonė yra tradicinė Lietuvos apdirbamosios pramonės šaka, turi labai senas tradicijas, remiasi vietiniais ištekliais ir ji ateity tikrai bus labai perspektyvi, labai reikalinga Lietuvos pramonės ūkio šaka.
Mani sauc Artūrs Bukonts, pārstāvu Latvijas kokapstrādes uzņēmēju un eksportētāju asociāciju, esmu organizācijas valdes loceklis un izpildu direktors. Jebkurai tautsaimniecības nozarē Latvijā viens no galvenajiem izaicinājumiem darba spēka pieejamība, tieši kvalificēta darba spēka pieejamība. Mēs skaidri redzam, ka gan jau šodien, gan arī tālākā nākotnē no darba tirgus Latvijā izies ārā krietni lielāks cilvēku skaits, tātad dosies pensijā, nekā viņā ienāks atkal iekšā. Līdz ar to arī mēs kopā ar Latvijas Lauksaimniecības Universitātes Meža fakultātes kokapstrādes katedru esam ķērušies pie darba, lai piedāvātu jaunu izglītības programmu šobrīd jau ražošanā nodarbinātājiem. Lai nodrošinātu to, ka šeit mācās tiešām jau strādājošie esošos uzņēmumos, arī programmas īstenošana tika izvēlēta kā darba vidē balstītas mācības. Tas nozīmē, principā, ka no visas programmas laika, kas ir 2 gadi, 1/3 šis cilvēks izglītojās klātienes nodarbībās, un 2/3 viņš strādā savā darbā ar jau pedagogu un lektoru formulētiem uzdevumiem paralēli, mēģinot īstenot un pētot situāciju savā darba vietā. Pilotu projekta grupā mums ir uzņēmumu pārstāvi no ļoti dažādām kokapstrādes apakšnozarēm. Mums ir gan no mēbeļu ražošanas, gan no zāļmateriāla ražošanas, no plātņu ražošanas, taras ražošanas un tā tālāk un tā joprojām. Šie cilvēki ir arī no ļoti dažādām pozīcijām savos uzņēmumos, līdz ar to arī tie savstarpējie līmeņi grupā mēdz būt ļoti atšķirīgi. Kas ir ieguvums arī pašiem apmācāmajiem, jo viņi vienmēr novērtē šīs savstarpējās diskusijas, jo no tām, no kolēģu pieredzes var iegūt, var teikt, tikpat, cik no tās programmas satura, ko mēs piedāvājam viņiem.
Mani sauc Sigita Liša, es esmu Latvijas Lauksaimniecības Universitātes Meža fakultātes kokapstrādes katedras vadītāja. Savu šo projektu mēs īstenībā neesam ne tikai, kā saka, pirmie celmlauži Latvijas sistēmā un izglītības jomā, bet vispār Eiropā kopumā. Jo šādu veidu projekts, kur mēs sagatavojām 17. un 18. gadā, un 18. gadā mēs saņēmām šo pozitīvo lēmumu, kad Eiropas komisija atbalsta šo projektu un ļauj iespēju visām 3 Baltijas valstīm sadarbībā ar partneriem to realizēt, un tur jau iezīmē šīs tendences, pēc kā būs pieprasījums nākotnē. Ja klasiskā izglītības sistēma vairāk tomēr ir ierobežota zināmos rāmjos normatīvā regulējumā, tad caur šo projektu mēs gribam to elastības momentu. Pēc katras reizes, kad mēs esam tikušies ar audzēkņiem, mēs prasam viņu šīs dienas vērtīgos ieguvumus, ko pilnveidot, un ko uzreiz jau mēs redzam, ko mēs nākamā reizē mēs negribēsim. Un tad tas viss kopumā, kā saka, vide, komanda, cilvēki, elastības moments, kvalitāte, ātri reaģēt to, kas šobrīd ir svarīgs, kas ir svarīgs šiem audzēkņiem, kas ir svarīgs uzņēmumiem. Un mums, kā izglītības iestādēji, tāds liels izaicinājums pielāgoties šai elastībā un to nodrošināt.
Tūlītās jau martā mēs plānojam uzņemt otro izglītojumu grupu. Šis sadarbības līgums par izglītības iegūšanu tiks slēgts trīspusējs. No izglītotāja puses, no darba ņēmēja un darba devēja puses, tā lai visas trīs puses ir informētas un arī iesaistītas procesā, tā izskaitā arī praktiskajā mācību īstenošanā. Mēs, protams, gribam un ceram, ka visi mēs būsim Billi Gatesi vai Steve Jobsi, kas principā bez tādas formālās izglītības ir tikuši līdz ļoti augstām virsotnēm, bet, ja paskatāmies statistiku, jo augstāks tev ir izglītības līmenis, jo regulārāk tu pilnveido savas zināšanas, jo lielākas iespējas, ka tu tiksi tālāk.
See projekt on andnud mulle palju uusi teadmisi, mida olen rakendanud oma töös. Olen saanud aidata enda kolleege, enda õpitud teadmistega. See projekt innustas mind ka edasi õppima. Projekt oli minu jaoks üks väga lõbus ettevõtmine, andes mulle palju häid sõpru ja ka äripartnerid. Kui projekt peaks korduma, ei kahtleks ma seda soovitada enda koostööpartneritele ja võtaksin ka ise kindlasti sellest osa.
When I build my house, I'll need some wood. And I'll saw the wood. When I build my house, I will saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me. When I build my house, I'll need some nails. And I'll hammer the nails. When I build my house, I will hammer the nails. When I build my house, saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me too. When I build my house, I'll need some bricks. And I'll lay the bricks. When I build my house, I will lay the bricks. When I build my house, hammer the nails. When I build my house, saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me too. When I build my house, I'll need some paint. And I'll paint the walls. When I build my house, I will paint the walls. When I build my house, lay the bricks. When I build my house, hammer the nails. When I build my house, saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me.
Cats, they're the cutest cats. They're the rudest, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you want to shout. Cats, They chase lasers, cats. Their claws are razors, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They like warm places, cats. They scratch our faces, that's really all you need to know. Dogs believe in loyalty, cats believe their royalty. Dogs know you are their best friend, cats know you live to serve them. Cats. Cats. That's really all you need to know. Cats. They like play fighting, cats. They like real biting, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They give you kisses, cats. They eat goldfishes, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you wanna shout. Cats. They bring dead presents, cats. They think we're peasants, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They act above us, cats, but deep down they love us, that's really all you need to know. That's really all you need to know.
Baldų ir medienos pramonė Lietuvoje yra ypatinga tuo, kad tai yra viena pagrindinių pramonės sričių Lietuvoje. Tai yra tai, kuo Lietuva gali itin didžiuotis. Esame vieni turbūt iš stabiliausių pramonės sričių ir nuolat auganti sritis.
Ši pramonė Lietuvoje turbūt ypatinga tuom, kad užima labai svarę dalį visos pramonės atžvilgių, kadangi mes esam šalis tokia perdirbėja iš tikrųjų, tai ir miškinga šalis, tai baldų pramonė nuo seno kaip ir buvo viena iš pagrindinių iš tikrųjų mūsų šakų arba sričių. Tai viskas prasidėjo nuo lentpjūvystės. Dabar viskas peraugo daugiau mažiau į perdirbamąją pramonę. Tai mes ir esam šios pramonės atstovai.
Tai iš tikrųjų pats projektas labai nustebino, nes labai didžiulis buvo. Ir daug naujų dalykų išmokau, nuo kokybės kontrolės iki nežinau, vadybos, komunikacijos, kaip procesai vyksta pačios įmonės viduje administracijoje. Tai iš tikrųjų labai daug visko išmokau.
Būtent šitas projektas man suteikė galimybę išmokti pagaliau ir kompiuterių braižyti, kas yra labai gerai bendraujant su klientais ir kas paskatino mane įkurti mažąją bendriją. Ir be abejo sužinojau daug įvairių ir naudingų dalykų, nebūtent kas susiję grinai su baldų rinkimu ir taip toliau.
Ypatingos tuo, kad jos gali vykti neatsitraukiant nuo darbo ir ypatingos tuo, kad galima kelti kvalifikaciją atsižvelgiant į šiuolaikinių technologijų ir įvairiausių kitų sprendimų vystymąsi.
Stoti į aukštąsias mokyklas, dauguma dirbančiųjų neturi motyvacijos arba laiko, dėl to šioje srityje labai gera perspektyva yra trumpojo ciklo arba 5 lygio programa. darbuotojai dirbantis jau pramonėje galėtų atvykti į mokymus savaitgaliais arba po darbų ir įgyti reikalingų joms žinių bei pakelti kvalifikaciją ir tokiu būdu galėtų jie dirbti aukštesnę kvalifikaciją reikalaujantį darbą bei tuo pačiu dirbti daugiau pinigų.
Mano ir mano įmonės nuomonė tai yra būtina, kad kvalifikacija nuolat kiltų, nes tai yra surišta su to, kad technologijos ir visa aplinka aplinkui tik tai kinta labai stipriai žingsniais.
Turi bendradarbiauti, privalo bendradarbiauti, nes specialistų trūksta. Ir manau, jeigu įmonės su kolegija bendradarbiautų, išsiaiškintų, ko žmonės nori, ko studentai nori ir galbūt bendradarbiaudami pritrauktų daugiau studentų į šitą pramonę.
Taip, baldų ir medienos apdirbimo pramonė yra tradicinė Lietuvos apdirbamosios pramonės šaka, turi labai senas tradicijas, remiasi vietiniais ištekliais ir ji ateityje tikrai bus labai perspektyvi, labai reikalinga Lietuvos pramonės ūkio šaka.
Mani sauc Artūrs Bukons, pārstāvu Latvijas kokapstrādes uzņēmēju un eksportētāju asociāciju, esmu organizācijas valdes loceklis un izpildu direktors. Jebkurai tautsaimniecības nozarē Latvijai viens no galvenajiem izaicinājumiem darba spēka pieejamība, tieši kvalificēta darba spēka pieejamība. Mēs skaidri redzam, ka gan jau šodien, gan arī tālākā nākotnē no darba tirgus Latvijā izies ārā krietni lielāks cilvēku skaits, tātad dosies pensijā, nekā viņā ienāks atkal iekšā. Līdz ar to arī mēs kopā ar Latvijas Lauksaimniecības Universitātes Meža fakultātes kokapstrādes katedru esam ķērušies pie darba, lai piedāvātu jaunu izglītības programmu šobrīd jau ražošanā nodarbinātājiem. Lai nodrošinātu to, ka šeit mācās tiešām jau strādājošie esošos uzņēmumos, arī programmas īstenošana tika izvēlēta kā darba vidē balstītas mācības. Tas nozīmē, principā, ka no visas programmas laika, kas ir 2 gadi, 1/3 šis cilvēks izglītojās klātienes nodarbībās, un 2/3 viņš strādā savā darbā ar jau pedagogu un lektoru formulētiem uzdevumiem paralēli, mēģinot īstenot un pētot situāciju savā darba vietā. Pilotu projekta grupā mums ir uzņēmumu pārstāvi no ļoti dažādām kokapstrādes apakšnozerēm. Mums ir gan no mēbeļu ražošanas, gan no zāļmateriāla ražošanas, no plātņu ražošanas, taras ražošanas un tā tālāk un tā joprojām. Šie cilvēki ir arī no ļoti dažādām pozīcijām savos uzņēmumos, līdz ar to arī tie savstarpējie līmeņi grupā mēdz būt ļoti atšķirīgi. Kas ir ieguvums arī pašiem apmācāmajiem, jo viņi vienmēr novērtē šīs savstarpējās diskusijas, jo no tām, no kolēģu pieredzes var iegūt, var teikt, tikpat, cik no tās programmas satura, ko mēs piedāvājam viņiem.
Mani sauc Sigita Liša, es esmu Latvijas Lauksaimniecības Universitātes Meža fakultātes kokapstrādes katedras vadītāja. Savu šo projektu mēs īstenībā neesam ne tikai, kā saka, pirmie celmlauži Latvijas sistēmā un izglītības jomā, bet vispār Eiropā kopumā. Jo šādu veidu projekts, kur mēs sagatavojām 17. un 18. gadā, un 18. gadā mēs saņēmām šo pozitīvo lēmumu, kad Eiropas komisija atbalsta šo projektu un ļauj iespēju visām 3 Baltijas valstīm sadarbībā ar partneriem to realizēt, un tur jau iezīmē šīs tendences, pēc kā būs pieprasījums nākotnē. Ja klasiskā izglītības sistēma vairāk tomēr ir ierobežota zināmos rāmjos normatīvā regulējumā, tad caur šo projektu mēs gribam to elastības momentu. Pēc katras reizes, kad mēs esam tikušies ar audzēkņiem, mēs prasam viņu šīs dienas vērtīgos ieguvumus, ko pilnveidot, un ko uzreiz jau mēs redzam, ko mēs nākamā reizē mēs negribēsim. Un tad tas viss kopumā, kā saka, vide, komanda, cilvēki, elastības moments, kvalitāte, ātri reaģēt to, kas šobrīd ir svarīgs, kas ir svarīgs šiem audzēkņiem, kas ir svarīgs uzņēmumiem. Un mums, kā izglītības iestādēji, tāds liels izaicinājums pielāgoties šai elastībai un to nodrošināt.
Tūlītās jau martā mēs plānojam uzņemt otro izglītojumu grupu. Šis sadarbības līgums par izglītības iegūšanu tiks slēgts trīspusējs no izglītotāja puses, no darba ņēmēja un darba devēja puses, tā lai visas trīs puses ir informētas un arī iesaistītas procesā, tā izskaitā arī praktiskajā mācību īstenošanā. Mēs, protams, gribam un ceram, ka visi mēs būsim Billi Gatesi vai Steve Jobsi, kas principā bez tādas formālās izglītības ir tikuši līdz ļoti augstām virsotnēm, bet, ja paskatāmies statistiku, jo augstāks tev ir izglītības līmenis, jo regulārāk tu pilnveido savas zināšanas, jo lielākas iespējas, ka tu tiksi tālāk.
See projekt on andnud mulle palju uusi teadmisi, mida olen rakendanud oma töös. Olen saanud aidata enda kolleege, enda õpitud teadmistega. See projekt innustas mind ka edasi õppima. Projekt oli minu jaoks üks väga lõbus ettevõtmine, andes mulle palju häid sõpru ja ka äripartnerid. Kui projekt peaks korduma, ei kahtleks ma seda soovitada enda koostööpartneritele ja võtaksin ka ise kindlasti sellest osa.
When I build my house, I'll need some wood. And I'll saw the wood. When I build my house, I will saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me. I'll need some nails. And I'll hammer the nails. When I build my house, I will hammer the nails. When I build my house. Saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me too. When I build my house, I'll need some bricks. And I'll lay the bricks. When I build my house, I will lay the bricks. When I build my house, hammer the nails. When I build my house, saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me too. When I build my house, I'll need some paint. And I'll paint the walls. When I build my house, I will paint the walls. When I build my house, lay the bricks. When I build my house, hammer the nails. When I build my house, saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me.
Cats, they're the cutest cats. They're the rudest, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you want to shout. Cats, They chase lasers, cats. Their claws are razors, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They like warm places, cats. They scratch our faces, that's really all you need to know. They're the cutest cats. They're the rudest, that's cats. Their dogs believe in loyalty. Cats believe their royalty. Dogs know you are their best friend. Cats know you live to serve them. Cats. Cats. That's really all you need to know. Cats. They like play fighting, cats. They like real biting, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They give you kisses, cats. They eat goldfishes, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you wanna shout. Cats. They bring dead presents, cats. They think we're peasants, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They act above us, cats, but deep down they love us, that's really all you need to know. That's really all you need to know.
Baldų ir medienos pramonė Lietuvoje yra ypatinga tuo, kad tai yra viena pagrindinių pramonės sričių Lietuvoje. Tai yra tai, kuo Lietuva gali itin didžiuotis. Esame vieni turbūt iš stabiliausių pramonės sričių ir nuolat auganti sritis.
Ši pramonė Lietuvoje turbūt ypatinga tuom, kad užima labai svarę dalį visos pramonės atžvilgių, kadangi mes esam šalis tokia perdirbėja iš tikrųjų, tai ir miškinga šalis, tai baldų pramonė nuo seno kaip ir buvo viena iš pagrindinių iš tikrųjų mūsų šakų arba sričių. Tai viskas prasidėjo nuo lentpjūvystės. Dabar viskas peraugo daugiau mažiau į perdirbamąją pramonę. Taip mes ir esam šios pramonės atstovai.
Tai iš tikrųjų pats projektas labai nustebino, nes labai didžiulis buvo. Ir daug naujų dalykų išmokau, nuo kokybės kontrolės iki nežinau, vadybos, komunikacijos, kaip procesai vyksta pačios įmonės viduje administracijoje. Tai iš tikrųjų labai daug visko išmokau.
Būtent šitas projektas man suteikė galimybę išmokti pagaliau ir kompiuterių braižyti, nes jie yra labai gerai bendraujant su klientais ir kas paskatino mane įkurti mažąją bendriją. Ir be abejo sužinojau daug įvairių ir naudingų dalykų, ne būtent kas susiję grynai su baldų rinkimu ir taip toliau.
Ypatingos tuo, kad jos gali vykti neatsitraukiant nuo darbo ir ypatingos tuo, kad galima kelti kvalifikaciją atsižvelgiant į šiuolaikinių technologijų ir įvairiausių kitų sprendimų vystymąsi.
stoti į aukštąsias mokyklas, dauguma dirbančiųjų neturi motyvacijos arba laiko, dėl to šioje srityje labai gera perspektyva yra trumpojo ciklo arba 5 lygio programa. Darbuotojai dirbantis jau pramonėje galėtų atvykti į mokymus savaitgaliais arba po darbų ir įgyti reikalingų joms žinių bei pakelti kvalifikaciją ir tokiu būdu galėtų jie dirbti aukštesnę kvalifikaciją reikalaujantį darbą bei tuo pačiu uždirbti daugiau pinigų.
Mano ir mano įmonės nuomonė tai yra būtina, kad kvalifikacija nuolat kiltų, nes tai yra surišta su to, kad technologijos ir visa aplinka aplinkui tik tai kinta labai stipriai žingsniais.
Turi bendradarbiauti, privalo bendradarbiauti, nes
No, not yet. Not yet. And it's now. Yes, my ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. For those who were already here, for those who just came in, I'm reminding you that this is Skilled Up Project Final Conference. We are celebrating, we are learning from each other. We will see presentations of the organizers and participants. We will have a discussion where we will talk amongst each others how and where to go. And then we will sign a letter of intent, and signatories are already in the audience. And as one of them just said before this part, let's go and learn something. This is what we are going to do. Thank you, Carlos. Now we will begin with presentations where we will learn what has been done, how it has been led, and what were the challenges. So please welcome German-Baltic Chamber of Commerce project manager and a project lead, Eugenia Novitsky-Bittner.
Hello once again for everyone. So we had already some small talks, and I welcome everybody online as well. As I was introduced, I'm a lead of this project, Skilled Up. And I'm happy to be here, and I'm very happy that this project is getting to the end with a very fantastic results. So, you know, what is Skilled Up? It's a project to establish work-based learning practices for vocational education and training in the Baltic wood processing sectors. And of course, the aim was to improve the skills of labor force. But I would say a little bit more. It's very official names of a project, very official titles, but more on, it's about connections. It's about conversations. It's about cooperation. It's about development, and it's about relations. And I'm very happy that we had succeeded to connect very important organization for this project in all 3 Baltic countries, and also to invite to join in this project our German experience through Rosenheim Institute, and of course to put our input from Germany as AHK. And this is our brilliant partners. You can see it down, and you can see here. They are really, really important. They did a great job. It's a connection of our educational institutions, and it's connection of business experience and a very big input from them. And yeah, the objective you can see in this project is strengthening the cooperation between VET institutions and improving the competitiveness and quality of institutions in the work, improving skills and providing a clear strategy, and in between of all these skills, of course, we develop better environment, we develop better economy. Expected results. Yeah, the program was expected to be an address to the wood industry, but like you can see furthermore, it can be easily adapted to our industries, and I hope, really believe that it can be done. Of course, we adapted German best practices to the Baltic market demand, but like previous speakers announced, we took a bit very, very intensive, very, how to say, fundamental best practices, but of course adaptation is another thing, and sometimes we are learning from Germany, but in some cases, of course, we can put also input to Germany back and adapt to the Baltic markets. So the main aim, of course, is to have well-prepared and trained students, and today we have one of them also to represent live, but a lot of them are listening us online. and we can see how it went, and of course the new concepts for VET facilities, and we did it as well. So here you can see the models which were invented together. You can see Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania here named, but basically all the 10 models was, prepared by all countries. And these skills and these models, it went, 2 years, the students was learning. And you can see that communication methods, business management, leadership, personal development, people management, project management. Basically, all these skills are so-called soft skills. Some of them, they are really addressed to the technologies, to the wood industry, like industrial technology, industrial designs, operational costs in the wood industry. But otherwise, I would say these are the competences which was addressed from our companies that our students are lacking. And in nowadays, especially when we have this Industry 4.0 already, we can see that we need more skilled people. It means that it's not only to press a button and to know a very narrow, your own job, but you need to understand the whole process. And you need to deal with people, you need to understand the processes, you need to follow up the whole management, the whole production process. And for that, we need some qualifications that our students can gain, and I hope we did it in this project. It was a lot of work done, but the main program points I'm counted here. So, of course, meeting with all the participants, we had every month basis communication meetings because due to the COVID situation, it was not possible to meet face to face. And only today we have some opportunity to see all the participants in one place. That's a very important thing. But we did also a great job with various workshops online. Of course, we focus on work-based learning. Knowledge is practically applied. And we had a lot of trainings also when what is possible, and also some trainings was organized online. And in the middle of a project, we did actually a survey, the big survey, by asking our employees how it went for them, the program, what we gained from this project, by asking our students, the most important part, did we feel, the impact and how, and of course, teachers, because for them it was also a big new thing to adapt to some new models. And I have just a few slides and few, pictures to illustrate. But we did quite a good job. And of course, we have some space also in a gray zone. You can see we can improve in that. But it's a process, and totally the results are quite impressive. The whole survey you can find and answers in our web page. And by asking participants meet students who was in the school, in our organizations, who was learning and doing great jobs at the same time. The impact you can see also here. So I illustrated some countries, but the tendency is like that it was quite optimistic results. And also a signal for us that we don't need to stop in this process. And of course, like work-based learning, it's a practice also from German part. We can see the benefits, and these benefits takes 4 parties. State, of course, as a one, because we are building a strong economy and competitiveness. Educational facilities, because we gaining new best practices and satisfying market demands, it's a very, very important thing. Companies, because we are getting well-trained students, and of course the students are coming to them with maybe the newest things, trends, and theory as well. And of course, I will point once again, students are most important. We are our future. We are our future managers. It's not necessarily to start your career from a very, very high position, but if you are starting as a master and getting even better and better, so that's very important. And I heard also some comments that for them it's very important, especially for young people, to get financially independent. And of course, if you are, how to say, learning and working at the same time, you are getting best experience on the newest trends and better opportunities for your future. And of course, how the companies can benefit. You are exchanging the expandable knowledge from our industries, getting some new insights, not only transferring the theoretical part, but also practical knowledges. And of course, in this processes, we try to involve also the German year-long experience from the German markets and transfer it to European level. It means also to the Baltics. As I told, the students benefits the most, I hope so. So we are training and being trained according to the market needs. We are combining education and work and easy enter to the job market or making easier career steps. AHK, so Baltic Chamber of Commerce, and in Lithuania, how we contributed to this project. As it was told, we are a project coordinator and managers. Yeah, we try to find the best practices from Germany and implement to the project. We lead this project and did administrative work. Of course, project dissemination is very important. You can do fantastic results, but if you are not telling that what you are doing, so it's almost half of the worth of all the project. And of course, we'll try to ensure project sustainability. We were willing that this project, even after the end of the project, will continue to grow into other industries, into companies. We can show it as a best example of our really long cooperation. It went for 3 years, and we hope that it will be a big impact for economy in Baltic countries. And of course, to build a bridge between Baltics and other countries. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, we are celebrating the project, the final, but the most interesting part is always about challenges, let's call them so. So, what about challenges?
Of course, a lot of challenges, but it makes the work even more interesting, I would say. And the main of the challenges I would address maybe to communication, because even in the Europe, our countries seems like we are similar, small Baltic countries, but each of them has his own mentality. So communication is very, very important. Let's talk more, clarify the things, and I think everything will work.
It's like somebody would like to talk on the phone, somebody would use email, somebody would just use WhatsApp, somebody would answer in 2 days, somebody immediately. That's what you mean?
That's okay, but you need to connect somehow, you know, all these willings and plans and emails into one thing. As an example, we had once per month communication, so everybody could express himself and we could exchange the meanings. But in the meantime, of course, it happens a lot with emails and phones.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you again, yeah. So now let's learn from each other. Skilled Up project partners now will share their experience with the training programs, and we will begin with Vorma Vocational Education Center project manager, Astrid Org. Welcome to the stage, and you are the first one.
Okay. My name is Astrid.
Microphone.
Yeah, I try. My name is Astrid, and I come from Estonia, from the South Estonia, Võru county. And actually, I live very next to the Munamägi, and you can raise a hand who has been on Munamägi. Oh, some Lithuanians are not. So you are welcome. It's the highest peak in the of the Baltic states, actually. You.
So far.
Yeah, you should come. But actually, I come from from the field, because I worked with a project in our vocational training school, and I was trying to realize all these good aims what we had in our project, actually. And it was a big challenge, and I'm not the first person who said this word here, and of course interesting. So actually I represent here two organizations, and one of them is, the one of this is already here. It's Center of Competence for Wood Processing and Furniture Manufacturing, Võru County Vocational Training Center. Okay, actually I will tell now, naming it just center, it will be much easier to understand. And center is like one of the department of the training school. So the second organization what I represent here is Furniture Cluster of the Southeast Estonia. And actually the office of this organization is the same house where the center is. And we work together in the project and in other projects as well. And why I'm here alone from the cluster is that's a reason that there is a furniture fair in Poznan. And the bus of people are in Poland now. So, but I asked them when they are in the bus to join to a conference. I hope that some of them have done it. If yes, that I'm greeting them. So, yes, these two organizations. And with me from Võru Training Center is Lauri. And Lauri was my partner in crime. He was teaching industrial design and project management. So, okay, little story. Because my presentation name was, if you mentioned that can the project make people happy? And why such kind of headline to my presentation? Maybe because of that, about 20 years ago, I quit my job in educational system. Actually, I was a head of school. And I started to work with the projects. And I was very, it was so interesting, it was so new. Nobody has heard before that about some kind of EU projects. And I tried to talk about my new job to my father and to my family. My father was listening me, and he was just a simple farmer, and he was listening and asked, does your work make somebody happy? Is it some kind of, what is benefit from your job, actually? And this was I was not expecting this question, and I answered that, okay, I get paid, and that was my answer this time. But the father is died some years ago already, but from these times, I took this question with me. And every time when I start to work with a new project, I ask these questions. And I ask these questions about the skilled up projects as well when I prepared this presentation. And one of them is, was the project useful? The second, was the project joyful? And the third one, did the project make the world a better place? Okay, start about entrepreneurs, because they were our first and most important target group, actually, in our project. And a little bit about the situation and in wood sector in Estonia. You can read yourself, but I can make some summary. And summary is that the wood sector is very important in Estonia, especially for the southeast region. And about 12–14% of people in South Estonia region work for wood sector. And I think that number of these people who are connected to the sector and got economical benefit from that is much wider. We have, I don't know exactly about Lithuania and Latvia, but I think it could be the quite similar situation, that we have a lot of small and medium enterprises. And even if we looked at the statistics, that most of our companies have less than 50 employees, we call them small one, and 3/4 approximately is firms that are from 1 to 9 person worked in the firm. They are really small one. And actually we have a lot of such kind of firms that we call them a man and a dog. That's quite, it means that only one man. And I think that a lot of firms are not in, they're so small, and even the owner of the company doesn't work in like an employee in his firm. So I think that they don't go to the statistics, and we don't know them. In statistics, we can see them there, but actually they exist. So, maybe a little bit more about our furniture companies, because they are quite small. And how to say, entrepreneur Jaak Nigul, he is one of the owners of the largest furniture company in the south in Estonia, in Tartu, Tarmeko KV, maybe somebody knows. And in recent speech on our event, he said that there are too many furniture manufacturers in Estonia, and the competition between them is really very intensive. And he said that it's quite easy to start with small companies, because if you look at the big sawmills, that to start with furniture, small companies much easier. That's the reason that our firms are so small, and there's too many of them. And it means that they need help, and especially center, and I think and cluster, of course, we are supporting organization for these small and medium enterprises and entrepreneurs. Why we support them? Because we think we live in the quite beautiful place, and these small companies, they are not so, their influence to the nature is not so bad. And they are like a natural component of the community. And they support the lifestyle enterprises. I think it's such kind of small and medium enterprises, they are good for our nature, they are good for our region. And maybe they are not very good in commercial thinking way. So we are helping them. And to help our entrepreneurs, we started to work with a curriculum. And we started, of course, from the interviewing and making surveys among our entrepreneurs. And for me, it was surprising that the result was quite same that result got the other partners as well. So 2 types of training that our employers needed, and one of them was just the masters, and the second one is the first level managers. They need help to train people who will train the others, actually, and and to lead others in the workplaces. So, and our main goals working in the curriculum was just to give a bigger, the wider horizon to our learners, because they were in very different firms, and it was not easy to find something universal for everybody. So we tried to give just open the eyes and initiate to learn and to know more about what is new and modern and challenges in the industry. What is this green wash meaning actually, and why we have to work in such way, and why do we have to save energy, and all these themes. I think that if the person works every day on the not the table but the line, they don't think about such kind of things. But we tried to help people to think, to support, to think wider, and to become more curious about what's happening in the world and in the sector. We try to connect theory and practice as much as possible because we have not so many time, and we wanted to make them the training more interesting. And of course, they were working people already, and we like to support them and to motivate them to maintain to study, not to cut the learnings, and to continue their studies even the project is over. Okay, the first training group, it's 19th of September. They started already 2 years ago, and most of them, they were graduated as well a year later. Training group number 2, they started 1 year ago, and the final day for them was when it was in July, finally. And I think that what about the entrepreneurs then? Actually, I need to say that Estonian entrepreneurs mostly is Estonian men, and everybody, even in the breakfast table, I heard story about the Estonian men, and they don't talk too much. And they are not maybe stereotypes, yes? They are not talking too much, and they are not so emotional. And I think it's not only stereotype, there is a little bit even the truth. Because the entrepreneurs didn't come to me and emotionally to say, oh, so good project, oh, you did so good work. They even didn't write me, and it was really hard to put them to fill some kind of gaps in the questionnaires. I had to phone many times and make calls and write them, please fill it. And I think that in most of cases, personal managers did it, or some women maybe. But what about it's about Estonian men? Maybe you can't hurt, you can't see, but you can feel. And in one moment, I started to feel the trust from the entrepreneur's side, because first they let their best people to come to the course during the 1 year. The best people, 1 day in the week, they were at school all day. So the second, some of them were ready to come and be the lecturers if I asked them. The third one, the second course, actually, they are not first-level managers anymore. They were the bosses themselves, mostly, and medium-level managers. It means that the target group they need it, and they need still such kind of courses. Okay. What benefits and joy the students got from the project? Okay, some of them have talked about it in the magazine already. They are our cover boys, you can see Hannes. And Martin. And and they very emotionally, really, they told about the experiences in the project in the journal, and maybe you have seen and read it already. That's the reason I will not to reread it. But video number 1, please. This is Marek, and this is quite new video now.
See projekt on andnud mulle palju uusi teadmisi, mida olen rakendanud oma töös. Olen saanud aidata enda kolleege enda õpitud teadmistega. See projekt innustas mind ka edasi. Projekt oli minu jaoks üks väga lõbus ettevõtmine, andes mulle palju häid sõpru ja ka äripartnerid. Kui projekt peaks korduma, ei kahtleks ma seda soovitada enda koostööpartneritele ja võtaksin ka ise kindlasti sellest osa.
Okay. What benefits got that teachers and significant? So you can read it yourself, and the different teachers gave me feedback. And if to summarize what they said, that I can say that maybe 3 things. One of them was interesting. It was a big challenge. And the students were really highly motivated. So that's, I hope that if some kind of will be repeating, they will ready to combine with us. Okay. But the main question, maybe the main, but one of the main, what is the benefit the training center got? And new trainers from the center, because before my colleagues were good experts but not trainers. It was their first experience. New and renewed training materials, new curriculum is prepared, and on Monday will be a special meeting about it, what is the future of the curriculum. And the new adult learners, at least 2 persons registered already to the new course. Did the world become better after our project? And one good sentence, that doing something beautiful, useful, or healing to anybody, it is divine act that is recorded in the heaven. It's not mine idea, that somebody smarter than me said it. But let's try it. Video number 2.
When I build my house, I'll need some wood. And I'll saw the wood. When I build my house, I will saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me. When I build my house, I'll need some nails. And I'll hammer the nails. When I build my house, I will hammer the nails. When I build my house. Saw the wood. When I build my house, there's so much to do. It's nice when you come along and help me too. When I build my house, I'll need some bricks. And I'll lay the bricks. When I build my house, I will lay the bricks. When I build my house. Hammer the nails. is nice, so you come along and help me.
Okay, and sorry about the time, but the third video, please, too.
Cats, they're the cutest cats. They're the rudest, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you wanna shout. Cats, they chase lasers, cats. Their claws are razors, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They like warm places, cats. They scratch our faces, that's really all you need to know. Dogs believe in loyalty, cats believe their royalty. Dogs know you are their best friend, cats know you live to serve them. Cats, cats, that's really all you need to know. Cats, they like play fighting, cats. They like real biting, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They give you kisses, cats. They eat goldfishes, that's really all you need to know. You let them out and they want back in, so you let them in, then they want back out. Again and again and again and again, it makes you wanna shout. Cats, they bring dead presents, cats. They think we're peasants, that's just the way it goes. Meow, 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 cats. They act above us, cats, but deep down they love us, that's really all you need to know. That's really all you need to know.
Yay! Two very quick questions. Was the music part of the project?
Yeah, actually, we have a very smart colleague who was not participating in the project. She just came to our office, but she found the best one.
Good. And?
Her name is Reelika. Greetings for her.
And what would be the answer to your dad now after the project?
The work must do people happy.
Did it?
Okay.
No, thank you.
Am I happy? Yes, I am.
Thank you. Well, what a checklist we've got now after Astrid's presentation. Everyone, we can go through the results and ask ourselves those three questions. Is it useful? Is it joyful? And will it make a world a better place? But now let's move to experience of participants and employers. Latvia and Association of Food Processing Entrepreneurs and Exporters, Chief Executive Officer, Artūrs Bukons, will be online. Artūrs, can you see us? Can you hear us? Hello, Artūrs?
I can see you, I can hear you, but can you see and hear me? Okay,
yes, you're on the stage on a big, huge screen. You're on. 20 minutes, go.
Okay, thank you. Greetings to all my colleagues over there. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there with you today. A time ago when you catch cold, you could easily go to work like it's nothing special. But now I think you would feel uncomfortable if I would sniff and cough around you there within the coffee table. Yeah. So. Continuing from the quite warm south of the Estonia to a bit colder north of Latvia, where most of the wood processing companies are located at. Also, like Astrid, I will try to show my experience from the side of entrepreneurs, from the side of the companies, how we did in this project. I will try to tell us why we did it, try to show us how we did it, and I will let you look at where we came from and to look at us now. So again, this is my experience and my opinion that I am presenting now. You are always welcome to disagree, and I hope that that would bring us more to more fruitful discussions further on. If we look at why we did it, first of all, our forest industry in Latvia has developed their strategic aims, what we want to achieve in the near future. First of all, that is forest productivity that we want to increase by 25% until 2050. And when we go to the wood processing sector, by 2030, we want to value added to the workplace in the Latvian forest sector to be doubled. And the wood product having reached a buyer outside the sector, it would be increased in value at least 12 times. Of course, what we need to achieve this is a lot of brains. So we need smarter employees, smarter processes, and smarter technology in our companies. And why the vocational education and work-based learning at level 5 could be a part of the answer. Well, at first, let's look at our workforce. In the whole industry, including forestry, wood processing, and furniture, we have about 43,000 employees by now. But of course, we can double that if we count in those people that are not directly employed in the industry. And what do I mean with indirect employment? For example, our moderator today, Valdis Melderis, basically is a professional entertainer and a moderator, but today he works for the education sector. So this is what I mean by indirect employment. And by our Ministry of Economics, the lack of qualified workers by 2027 would be already 4,000 skilled people that we will lack in the industry if we will continue do as we do, business as usual. And if we look closer to the age structure of our workers in wood processing and furniture industry, and by this I mean those skilled workers that are directly involved with the wood processing itself. So what do we see here? We see here that we have a lot of problems with attracting younger generation to the field. We have to somehow manage these things, how to extend the ability to work in the later age. And one big question and big problem is in the middle age, where we see that we continuously lose these skilled people that somehow, I guess, lack the further skills and the opportunity to grow in their companies. They are all skilled in wood technology, but as we guess, they lack those skills that are needed for them to advance to maybe middle management level. And that is why we are looking at the training options, and we are looking at level 5 because, as I mentioned, they are already skilled in technology. They are overqualified for the level 3 or level 4 in VET. But the level 6 would be a bit too much if we think about how much time and effort it would take for them to go in these full-time studies. So the level 5 in work-based learning mode would be the best option for people who are already skilled, but they need some other skills to advance. In the meantime, they are working in the companies, they have their families to take care of, so they could not spend, for example, 2 years day by day in school. And yes, one of also things that points to this problem of lacking of skills is that 44% of all these workers has only general education. So they have never been in the VET system or learned some qualification, at least at school. If we talk about how to do it, how we did it, the first question, what would be the main driver here? Would it be the content of this education program that we aimed for managers, mid-level managers in wood processing, or would be the process of learning that would attract them and bring the most benefit? Well, we came to conclusion that yes, content forms a platform for process, and all these two things are very, very important. So we could use this platform effectively and in a high quality. What we did first, we asked our companies, what is that you see you would need for your workers to get them skilled up? The first answer we got before the project, we just need a good guy. We will teach him the rest. But when we went into details and we asked our colleagues from Germany, what kind of competencies are they teaching to their managers? And then we showed these topics to our companies. We got a questionnaire where we identified what do we really need to teach to address and maybe solve this problem. What was not a big surprise, we saw that they basically said that 80% of the content should be management and so-called soft skills, and only basically 20% would be the newest things in wood processing technology. As I mentioned before, we are speaking about skilled people in wood processing. When we got the headlines, then there was the hard part, especially for the people that come from the company in this project and from the entrepreneurship side. As we are not teachers in everyday life, we had to develop these modules, learning modules with the whole of the content, with all of the assessment forms, methods and ideas for learning process, learning outcomes. We needed to define what the trainee will be able to, what he will know or understand after each and every topic and subtopic he learns here. So this was not easy, but fortunately our Ministry of Education had invested some time and money to employers to make them involved in the education process. And this wasn't for us the first time we are doing it. We had some experience and that was more easy for us to go through this documentation that is needed, both for work and for the bureaucracy. Continuing to the teaching and learning processes. Well, the first thing about the process itself, it was about this design, how to teach these people that are already somebody, they are skilled and they are not youngsters. So as I mentioned before, yes, we divided these learning process into basically 2 or maybe 3 parts. 1/3 was theoretical lectures that we saw that we still need in every part of learning process, but 2/3 was work-based learning. And in school learning, we took 2 days every second week for basically 2 years. Our first group will graduate tomorrow. And that is quite interesting what they are sending in their final work, final project. I will tell you a bit more about that later. And to continue with the design, we set a main lecturer to each module, or at least each topic, because, for example, we had this one large module that was sustainable industrial technology, and that included very many, very different topics from very different sectors of the whole forest industry, including wood processing and furniture. The main lecturer basically was also responsible not only for the teaching, but also for the organizing of the process. We took 2 other things into this process. We stated that we need to visit a leading wood processing company in the sector for basically each of the topic. If we see that one company is better at Quality assurance, we take our students there. If we see that other company is better in cost management, at the right topic, we take them there. And of course, we also combined it from guest lecturer stories that gave us greater insight. Also, if we speak about work-based learning, we had very different students, and you can't tell for a student that comes from a sawmilling company to learn work-based something from furniture industry. So these things was addition that let us state that this was work-based learning in all of the topics. What was also very, very important for these work-based learning type, that a study task for each topics in each modules are formulated for the work environment of the learner. Main lecture always beared in mind what kind of students are before him, and all the tasks were quite deeply thought out for each of them, to be so they could be able to realize them in their work environment. Again, one big thing was the reflection and exchange of experiences among the learners, not only the thing that lecturers could give them, but also their own different experiences. That was one of the things that they really appreciated. Feedback from every module, every topic, every day that they got into on the school or in work-based learning process. They gave feedback to the main lecturer and us, and that gave us some opportunities. For example, basically, most of the time they said that yes, it's all okay, it's what I need, it's what I want to learn. But there was sometimes that they identified, okay, we need to change something. This is not the thing we would need, and we even caught one moment that we needed to change the main lecturer for the whole module, when we saw that he couldn't deliver what was needed for the learners. And that was good for the process, good for the effectivity, and the thing that this was a pilot project, we could adjust things on the go. And we didn't spend a whole month, for example, for one module to understand that, hey, our main lecturer couldn't reach the quality needed. We could react much faster. So this was the basic and theoretical design of how we went through all the 10 modules. And now we could go more to what was the students. First group, 17 students, not all graduated. That was not our aim. Our aim was for those who graduate to be motivated and bring some decent results. But like European Union, also our students reflected the situation that we are very diverse, but we are still united in this diversity. They were from different previous education backgrounds. Also, some of them had higher education, and some of them had also a master thesis. But a lot of them also from the general education previous experience. Eyes of the profiles on the company, there were people from companies with less than 10 workers up to about 1,000 or 2,000 workers. So also this was very different experience for each and one of them. And job positions, yes, we had the managers of the companies, we had the mid-level managers in larger companies, or managers for the whole production in middle-sized companies. So again, very different experiences, and that was very good thing that they was able to share it, and it benefited for the process and program itself. Of course, the first group was very lucky. They started in 2019, where there was no pandemic situation, and that was good for them to form a team. They were learning together, they were sharing together, and so on and so on. But the situation changed, and of course, later on, we all looked at ourselves through screens, like now I'm doing, yes. That was a real challenge, especially that we couldn't at the moment go to companies to visit, to ask people work and learn on site. We could only do all in Zoom or other options.
Minutes, Arturs.
And the results, what I would say. First group, I mentioned 17 students, only 12 graduates, but they will graduate tomorrow. Second group, they are now still studying. There are 15 students, and yes, they lack this option of meeting each other and going to the companies now. It's a bit disaster for the project, but I would say that we now own a state-of-the-art modular program for these production managers, because yes, of course, everything could be improved, but I haven't seen anything like this with the content, with the learning process similar in the industry yet. So I would yes say that this is the state-of-the-art modular program that we have developed with our colleagues in Estonia and Lithuania. One moment there is, for the first group, during these 2 years, 60 lecturers, 22 company visits, 40% of the lecturers were experts from the industry. That was also quite a benefit for them. We developed within our project team a new qualification standard for 5th level wood processing technologist, and it's now also enforced by Ministry of Education. It's in place, it's working. We have our legislative initiatives that we took in place. And what is basically the most important, it is a real positive impact on industry. For example, I'm now reading the final thesis for tomorrow's first group's, how to say, diploma presentation. And I see that they have used all the possible things that they was able to learn through the program. For example, a company that's manufacturing soft furniture, sofas, they had a challenge from their customer that they need to double the production amount for one particular sofa, and through this diploma project they have found the way how to do it, how to optimize their processes, how to do something on outsource without building a new factory, and they have found a way to double their production size to meet the customer's demands. And I think this is one example, but there are a lot of them, and I think tomorrow I will hear more on them. Yes, and what would be very needed is not to stop here and to implement the program also further. Of course, we have still room for improvements. If we look at these 3 watches, they basically do the same thing. They have the same result. They show time, but this would be somehow the same as VET systems in all 3 Baltic countries. We still have different editions. It's hard to, I would say, interchange some parts between them. And after this project, I would say we have to look more how we can go more closer together in the education system itself for vocational education in Baltics. Thank you.
Arturs, so I have one question. Is there anybody who would like to ask questions to Arturs? I have to mention that there was a great implementation example with these diploma works, but then the question is, you said that there were one point where students would say, you know, that's not what we need. and you probably were thinking about even changing the lecturer. So what was the tipping point? How can you know that there's enough students who don't want something or they don't feel like it was useful for them?
Well, these were those questionnaires that we received from students at the end of each of the day, and we saw that most of them independently wrote the same things, that these are the things that I already know, or these are the things that are quite old, and they would like to learn something new.
Mm-hmm. Because in this area, in all the areas actually, the teachers are the ones who have time to teach. So it means they are not very busy doing their professional stuff. So things can get old. So how can you find teachers who are quite skillful, updated, and useful? Because Astrid also already mentioned that even the company bosses came in and ready to share.
Yes, of course. That's a great question. I had a lack of time to tell all the processes. At the very beginning, we took our teachers for also training parts in these companies to identify what are the needs of the students and what are the qualities of the teachers. But by the end of the day, when you have these 60 very different lecturers, part of them you know only by their curriculums, about their experience and qualities, you can easily make a mistake. And our aim was to effectively identify where we have done this mistake and to correct it.
Thank you. Artūrs Bukons, thank you very much. And now Lithuania. Lithuania coming in with force. There will be 4 of them. 4. Yeah, and then there will be some surprise at the end. So now please welcome Kaunas University of Applied Sciences, Dean of the Faculty of Technologies, Dr. Giedrius Gecevičius will be the one to begin with. Then he will be followed by International Coordinator of the Faculty of Technologies, Viktorija Gudauskaite. Then Tomas Interesovas, Teka Furniture Training participant, and then there's a surprise guest at the end. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know we are almost the last presentators, so we will, almost everything about our education system, about our project, so I'm not going to details, I will go to conclude our experience and our benefit from this project, if I could say. Okay, so many people want to know where is Kaunas. Kaunas is a great place in the middle of Lithuania. Yeah, now you can see we had the best or very good connection between different countries, Poland, Latvia, sure, Belarus. We have airport around, so great place for investors. Okay, but the main thing what we are discussing this day, the main keyword or core is employees or workforce or talents, it's the same, yeah? And to make sure with employees or talents, we have 3 main stakeholders. This is business and industry, this is education and policy. About policy you heard enough, I think, so I'm not going to talk. I will talk about business and industry in our region and about higher education institutions in our region, in Kaunas. Okay, so first of all, business and industry, and the most important thing, is it good business environment? Is it comfortable, convenient to invest? Yes, so there is 5 examples why we can invest and the main answers why investments are so popular. Yes? Yeah, so I'm not going in details, but I can say we are always on the top, on the tech cities, on the smart cities, and we have great place to invest. Okay, and about economically strong Kaunas. So Kaunas and Kaunas region generates more than 1/5 or more than 20% 30% of total countries Lithuania's GDP, and basically this GDP can consist from main parts: manufacturing, services, IT, sure, aviation, logistics, R&D, and service centers. But the most important for us, we have manufacturing, and manufacturing can be divided to wood industry, electronics, and sure, food technologies. So briefly about our export, yeah? So the most important thing, I think, the row number 2, you can see, yeah? About our pandemic situation, you know very well, and about our exports, you can see here in 2020. So first quarter was quite successful, second, no, third and fourth, quite successful for furniture and wood industry. You can see, so what I want to say to conclude, business, I mean furniture business increasing and growing despite the world pandemic situation. And we need talents, we need employees, and we are growing very, very fast, okay? A few examples about companies, about our ideas, economic environment. So you can see examples about our wood industry companies, international investors, like Continental, Hella, Geras Baldų Fabrikas, we are manufacturing for IKEA production and so on. Why it's so successful with business environmental? Because there are very good conditions like land lease for a period 99 years, engineering networks, I mean infrastructure, tax incentives, convenient geographic location, and the most important thing, a market of educated and qualified professional talents. Yeah, agree, I think. Okay, so to come back to another stakeholder, higher education. Higher education in Kaunas. Before, you already know, we have different levels, European levels, I would say. So basically, we have specialists from higher education from 6th level, but as well, we have Master 7 and some PhD students. Yeah? Okay, and universities or higher education institution in Kaunas, we have 4 classical universities, and we have universities of applied sciences, or sometimes we have the name colleges, yeah, but official translation, we have universities of applied sciences, and I present Kaunas University of Applied Sciences. Is one of the largest and strongest universities of applied sciences in Lithuania. You can see the campus buildings and few pictures. So we are very, very clear, practical oriented. We are working to business as a researcher. We have many training courses for business and industry and try to make big positive impact. Okay, collaboration. So over 1,500 students each year have internship in our companies in industry, and many different details. Okay, so we basically, Faculty of Technology is oriented to computing, engineering, technology, and agricultural sciences. Okay, so looks very nice, very great, but yeah, we have challenges and opportunities, and I will try to come back to this project. Okay, so we already discussed about bachelor degree, but we have some troubles or some discussions about level number 5, yeah, or short cycle studies. Now we can see like vocational education training or certificate, yeah, but it's still a gap. We are going to change this, agree, but still a gap, and this project is a great idea to start. Yeah, we had some pilot projects in Lithuania, but it's still just beginning, and I hope this project will create additional value. Okay, so how can we solve these short cycle studies or 5th level, and who should do? We had many discussions, but there is no answer finally. I think vocational training schools and as well higher education institutions, or maybe cooperation could be the solution. Okay, so my my insights why short cycle studies of level number 5, let's say, it's so important. So first of all, we have skills, additional skills higher than vocational training, because we heard from business that it's not enough sometimes. Next thing, I think requalification. It's very important because in Lithuania have a bit strange situation because there is lack of employees, but from the other hand, there is quite high unemployment rate, so it's a bit crazy, yeah? And another last thing, it's very, very close to 6th level, because if you have student in the 6th level, but he's not able to study, for example, personal reasons, or he's not able to study regarding personal skills, yeah, so he can come back to the level number 5, yeah, and we have the student in the labor market, yeah, so this is very, very good idea and important idea, I think. Okay, so to conclude this idea, what is benefit? Benefit is skilling up, reskilling, and short cycle. So this project, I think, it's very successful and idea to present our success. Okay, so I think this short cycle studies could be adopted very easily, adopted not only for wood industry, but for electronics, for food technology, and for different many industry kinds, I would say. Okay, so now in more details we'll present Victoria.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. And I would like to continue our presentation and provide a little bit more information about the project development and objectives achieved in our university. So in 2 partners in Lithuania, we are involved into this project. It's Kaunas University of Applied Sciences as a higher education institution, and the Association of West Lithuania Processors and Exporters. And several criteria were taken into account for the implementation of this project. So training were open only for people who are working in Lithuanian wood and the furniture manufacturing industry. Training's duration were 2 years. Trainings were led by teachers from our university, and all the students who finished these trainings or courses get the certificates. And also these courses were planned or organized by distance or in a blended or distance way, and took place on Saturdays. And on 15th of 2019, the first group started their studies. It's consisted about 15 students from 10 different companies. And in the second group of skilled up participants started in 8th of February at 2020, and it consists about 50 students from 33 different companies. And as you can see, the list is quite long, from very small enterprises to the leaders of this manufacturing industry in our country. And the project models totalized about 120 credits. For them were prepared by lectures of our University of Applied Sciences, is industrial design, operating costs, planning, standards, quality systems, and also we touched a little bit of project management. And when we started our trainings in autumn of in 2019, everything was organized in a normal way. Participants had the opportunity to meet each other, to share the experience, and of course gain their knowledges and create new skills. But unfortunately, with the onset of pandemic, trainings were moved to the learning distance, And I would say it was our success story, because even at very stressful time when everything was closed and everything was changed, we were able to secure our learning process and continue our trainings. It took about 2 weeks to prepare, but still we made it. As I said, that everything goes well and we continue. And another very important thing I would like to mention, I know Eugenia already talked about it, but it was survey results. Anonymous surveys were conducted in November 2020 to find out employers, participants, and lecturers' opinion about this project. And talking about participant survey results, the majority of them thought that these trainings are relevant to their work environment. It will be useful in their workspaces, and all of them would recommend it to their colleagues. Employers also agreed that these trainings helped their employees to work more independently. The employees have made clear progress, and also these trainings had a positive effect to them work in the company, and also the big part of them said that they would support the short cycle study form in Lithuania. And our teachers also agreed that there was enough time to prepare for these trainings. The goals and results were achieved, and fun fact that they think that participants of this project were more interested in the learning process than our regular students of university, and we are happy about that. And there are some moments from that time when it was legal to study in normal way in the university, and then everyone had I think it's a picture from the first lecture of 19 years, yes, and there you can see some more moments, and of course distance learning, which continues about 1 year, 1.5 years. But finally, at the beginning of this September, we had presentations of our students, a final project. The main aim of this project was to create or design a new product by using knowledges from all 9 modules based on ecological principles. And the students were actively mentored by our teachers, and also the projects were evaluated by jury of 4 lectures. And I would like to invite one of our participants, Thomas, to share his experience at this project. And after that, we have a short video to show how it goes in Kaunas.
Hello, so I am Thomas, and my employer offered me to join this project. And I was skeptical at first, have to admit, but somewhere on the way, and I think I can speak on behalf of all of the students, that we realize how much we can get from this project, how much knowledge, and then we took a chance and tried to take as much as we can, to learn as much as we can. And actually I have to mention that a month ago I've been promoted, and I really believe that this project had influence on it. So I do believe that if you will continue a project like this, we have a more success story like mine. And I just want to say thank you for having me here. So thank you.
Thomas, wait. Yeah, round of applause. Yeah, deserved, well deserved. Yes. While no one can save you now, I will ask you on challenges. What was the challenges for you? Because as we heard, for example, Astrid said that the best employees were spending 1 day every week, the best employees the whole day. That's quite a challenge for the employer, for example. What was your challenges?
My challenge was to have a time for the study. So the employer wants me to work sometimes on a Saturday. So you have to pick what you need more to work on a Saturday, I mean the money, or to have an education and have a better working place after. So
were you skeptical at the beginning? It's like...
Yes. Yeah, I thought, well, okay, another project, let's see how that goes. But then you see the teachers, how they approach you, because they had, it was new thing for them, and it was new thing for us. So they was trying really hard, and we was trying really hard, and it came to success, I think.
Great, thank you. Well, and there's a little souvenir also for coming to Riga. Thank you. And yes, for you too, please. Thank you very much. Yes. And a little video, and then that surprise guest.
Baldų ir medienos pramonė Lietuvoje yra ypatinga tuo, kad tai yra viena pagrindinių pramonės sričių Lietuvoje. Tai yra tai, kuo Lietuva gali itin didžiuotis. Esame vieni turbūt iš stabiliausių pramonės sričių ir nuolat auganti sritis.
Ši pramonė Lietuvoje turbūt ypatinga tuom, kad užima labai svarę dalį visos pramonės atžvilgių, kadangi mes esam šalis tokia perdirbėja iš tikrųjų, tai ir miškinga šalis, tai baldų pramonė nuo seno kaip ir buvo viena iš pagrindinių iš tikrųjų mūsų šakų arba sričių. Tai viskas prasidėjo nuo lentpjūvystės. Dabar viskas peraugo daugiau mažiau į perdirbamąją pramonę. Taip pat mes ir esam šios pramonės atstovai.
Tai iš tikrųjų pats projektas labai nustebino, nes labai didžiulis buvo. Ir daug naujų dalykų išmokau, nuo kokybės kontrolės iki nežinau, vadybos, komunikacijos, kaip procesai vyksta pačios įmonės viduje, administracijoje. Tai iš tikrųjų labai daug visko išmokau.
Būtent šitas projektas man suteikė galimybę išmokti pagaliau ir kompiuterių braižyti, kas yra labai gerai bendraujant su klientais ir kas paskatino mane įkurti mažąją bendriją. Ir be abejo sužinojau daug įvairių ir naudingų dalykų, nebūtent kas susiję grynai su baldų rinkimu ir taip toliau.
Ypatingos tuo, kad jos gali vykti neatsitraukiant nuo darbo ir ypatingos tuo, kad galima kelti kvalifikaciją atsižvelgiant į šiuolaikinių technologijų ir įvairiausių kitų sprendimų vystymąsi.
Stoti į aukštąsias mokyklas, dauguma dirbančiųjų neturi motyvacijos arba laiko, dėl to šioje srityje labai gera perspektyva yra trumpojo ciklo arba 5 lygio programa. Darbuotojai dirbantis jau pramonėje galėtų atvykti į mokymus savaitgaliais arba po darbų ir įgyti reikalingų joms žinių bei pakelti kvalifikaciją ir tokiu būdu galėtų jie dirbti aukštesnę kvalifikaciją reikalaujantį darbą bei tuo pačiu uždirbti daugiau pinigų.
Mano ir mano įmonės nuomonė tai yra būtina, kad kvalifikacija nuolat kiltų, nes tai yra surišta su tuo, kad technologijos ir visa aplinka aplinkui tik tai kinta labai stipriai žingsniais.
Turi bendradarbiauti, privalo bendradarbiauti, nes specialistų trūksta. Ir manau, jeigu įmonės su kolegija bendradarbiautų, išsiaiškintų, ko žmonės nori, ko studentai nori ir galbūt bendradarbiaudami pritrauktų daugiau studentų į šitą pramonę.
Taip, baldų ir medienos apdirbimo pramonė yra tradicinė Lietuvos apdirbamosios pramonės šaka, turi labai senas tradicijas, remiasi vietiniais ištekliais ir ji ateity tikrai bus labai perspektyvi, labai reikalinga Lietuvos pramonės ūkio šaka.
Huh? Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you. Probably you were thinking, by the way, round of applause for those who were in the video. Thank you. Probably you were thinking, who is the mystical fourth speaker? Maybe singer? No. Sorry, next time. But now please welcome, because Giedrius Pilkis is the West Lithuania Wood Products Exporters Association representative here with 1 minute. Yeah, welcome.
On behalf of Director Mr. Urbis of Association West Lithuania Wood Producers and Exporters, I would like a few words about this project. Really, I started this project from the very beginning in Rosenheim, when all our partners from Baltics and Germany were together, and we found many differences between us, and we thought how we will solve them. But at the end, I saw that, like it was shown, all we show the time, and we go to the same direction, maybe a little bit different, and you saw from the presentations how it's different, but in the same time we are very similar. So I would like to thank all partners, Chamber of Commerce of Baltics and Germany, that it was possibility to do this program, develop fifth level EQF program, and I hope that it would be recognized by all our Baltic countries, and we can continue to work with this program. I can say that the companies are waiting. They are waiting professionals. And this is not the joke. They really lack of workers, so it's necessary to do many efforts to that this program run in the future. The next things, what Artur said, it's really I was impressed by his presentation. It was a very deep look at the wood industry in Latvia, but the same challenges we have in Lithuania. What was shown in the pictures and in the movie, Lithuania furniture industry jumping up very fast, new factories open, so they are looking for the new workers, new talents who can manage the processes. So I hope that the project was in time. And once again, thank you for all participants, for all teachers who work hardly, especially in COVID period. We can't imagine when we start the project that it would be so difficult situation. But anyway, I think the main problems were solved. And I would like to wish you health and success in your new jobs and in your new projects. So, thank you.
Thank you, Giedrius. And a little souvenir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we go to the discussion, we will have to rearrange the stage. But before that, there's also a very special guest. And please welcome experience of participants and employers. And now we are having on stage Lehre Institute Rosenheim, Chief Executive Officer Peter Löhr. Please welcome.
So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy and I'm very proud to being here in Riga and in Baltic states. It's a great pleasure for us in Rosenheim to be your guest, and it's a great pleasure for us to being your partner in this Erasmus Plus project. Further education for technical jobs, master craftsmen in Germany. I'm being here to give you an overview, a short overview. Will working very quickly and very fast. How the system works in Germany, and the system in Germany was the basic for our project. Institute of Rosenheim, training center for the wood industry. The first training for master craftsmen in the wood industry and sawmilling was 1949. It was not the same like today, but this was the startup in Rosenheim, and it was the beginning of our work in Rosenheim. And between the Institute of Rosenheim and the Latvian wood industry, there is a partnership over 25 years. Mr. Tompkins has the first contact, and in cooperation with Arthurs, we offer some workshops for Latvian teachers who give their lessons for apprentices in the furniture industry, and they stay for 3 times with 3 groups in Rosenheim for these workshops. And as a result, we were selected as the German partner for this project. Contents, overview, German way into working life, vocational training opportunities in Germany, further education, participants in cooperation, master craftsman training, examination boards, and summing up. I think examination board, the last, is a very important point, how conduct the exams in Germany and how we prefer the certification for the participants. So, labor market, how can I start in the labor market? We got a general education, and in the dual VET system, there are running up only 50% of students who finished the secondary school. And in this dual system, dual VET system in Germany, we got 324 different professions. And this is an overview of our vocational training opportunities. This is an overview of our school system. And this is pressed in a shorter build. After secondary school or high school, 50% of the students start with the dual VET, and then they stay for 2 years in the labor market, and after these 2 years they have the possibility to start up a further education. And this further education, the yellow line, this is the line what we do in Rosenheim. There are some other different ways because our school system is also very, very difficult. So, the German way to the master craftsman training. Further education, we got there over 1,000 providers in Germany. In the whole country, because we have more than 80 million inhabitants. And the further education participants in cooperation, the stakeholders called the social partners. We got the employers, the business, we got the government, the public, and we got also the worker and the employees, and they have some different interests. Interest of the business, we need qualified workers. Business of the workers, positions, further education is important for stable employment and stable incomes, and interest for the government. We hear today, sure, well-educated people are an important part of the economy. Further education, participants in cooperation. The employer organizations, unions, and governments have different collective interests in the further education in a highly organized and competent way. What they have to do. This commitment is based on a shared principle. Further education should be practice-oriented and of high quality, and education standards need to be demand-driven and up-to-date. So, the German way for our German way for the master craftsman training. The basic for the further training to become a master craftsman is the further trainings regulations for further training qualifications. And there is an institute in Germany. This institute is in the hand of the government. And this institute is in the process, and it calls Federal Institute for Vocational and Educational Training. It calls in Germany Bundesinstitut für Berufsbildung. What did they do? Creation for training regulations in the further education, and they create the trainings regulations in dual vocational and educational training. This is the top. Curriculum. The curriculum, this was one of the most important things we have to do. About the curriculum, we hear it. We have many discussions in our meetings because in every country we have some different systems. And the curriculum in Germany, continuing education curriculum for different industrial companies. We have metal, we have chemistry, we have plastics, we have the timber industry, we have electric engineering, paper industry, and many more. I think it's more than 50 different possibilities. The continuing education institutions implement the curriculum. There are different ways to do that. This is our work we have to do. Full-time employee is released from the company. Full-time employee is released from the company, or part-time employees do further training alongside their job. In our institute, we do the job in full-time, because in the wood industry, the classes are too small. In whole Germany, we have every year 20 people who make a further education for wood industries. And so they will stay in Rosenheim, they stay in our institute. We also have a possibility overnight for the students. They live in our house, and this is full-time. In other industries, like metal industry, we have big metal industry, car industry, etc. We can do this job part-time, and the employees does further training alongside their job 3 times a week. The beginning afternoon, 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock at night, 3 times a week, and can stay also in factory. But our government, our state, give them unterstützt, give some money for the supports the employees in the vocational, in the further education. So, Master Craftsman Education is EQR 6 in Germany. They have 1,000 teaching units. Lessons will be done by specialists from economy and industry, also teachers. We got in Rosenheim also the University of Rosenheim, and there are some professors from the university who is working together with us. So education institutions are organized privately or by state. We got a private organization. It's also possible that the state will organize that. So after the job is done, and this is the system when they finish the further education. The examination board for the further training qualification conducts the examination. Organized by the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Examination board is composed of minimum 3 representatives, 1 from each side, employer, employees, and education school. What is their work? Conduct exams, evaluate exam results, and award certificates and master craftsman certificates. Certificates, and this is important, are recognized by employers, employees, and within the formal education system. Called Meisterbrief in Germany, it's a very important certificate in our whole working system. Summing up the engine for the further educations, we had the stakeholder, strong commitment to further education. We have a mechanism, cooperation of the stakeholders at all levels of further education. And further education, quality assured and recognized by all stakeholders. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And of course, a little souvenir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, once again, all the presentations you will be able to find on skilledup.eu webpage and study them thoroughly, once again. But now, let's get ready for the discussion with VET stakeholders from Baltic countries about the future development of EQF5 and also transfer of training programs to other sectors. Those will be most important questions. Now, a little, I would say, 1 minute break on air, and here we are getting ready for the discussion. Let's set up the studio. Don't go away. I mean, minute. But you can grab something to drink. So I'm ready, and I'd like to invite also the participants of the discussion. We have two of them online, Artūrs Bukons, Latvian Association of Wood Processing Entrepreneurs and Exporters online. Artūrs, please wave if you can see and hear us. Thank you.
Yes.
We can also see you on the screen. And also online, Samantha Garbeviciene, SBA Group. Samantha, welcome. Can you hear us?
Yes, all is fine.
Good. Thank you.
To be here.
Then I would like to ask back on stage, Estonian Ministry of Education, Rita Kask. Rita, please take a seat here. Yes, welcome. We need you now. Then Dr. Agne Kudarauskiene, Lithuanian Ministry of Education. Please welcome back. Ronald Saxons, State Education Content Center, Director of the Vocational Education Department. Yes, welcome to the stage. And Giedrius Gecevičius, Kaunas University of Applied Sciences. Welcome back to the stage. All right, what a team we've got. And I have plenty of questions for you. And let's do this. You don't answer all the questions, everyone. Once you think, yes, I know the answer, just raise your hand and I'll try to react. So, we will begin with first question. Of course, we could also give a little word to the ones who haven't yet been speaking from the stage, but you can join in with your view also on what we were speaking during today and give us a little feedback on that too, please. But the first question would be, we have seen presentations of Skilled Up projects. So which new competencies are needed in the Industry 4.0 era? Which are those new competencies? Of course, employers would be the ones to say first, but others can join in. So, any of the employers, what are the new competencies we really need?
Shall I start?
Yeah, sure, Samantha.
Hello, everyone. Pleased to be here. Pleased to hear the presentations from everyone. But as we think about what we need nowadays, it's definitely dig deep into the technology things, into the industrial things. And what we see now, we are lacking hundreds of specialists who would be ready now to join us, to join into innovative focus. So this means that nowadays from the competence side of you, nowadays it's not only enough to know the topics, now you have to always invent. That means you need to think further, you need to know the basic knowledge, but you also need to invest in the practical knowledge to see the best practices, to share and to move on. So this is for me, it's top priority nowadays.
As you are speaking now, I can say all the industries need that. How the wood industry can compete in that need and get those talents everyone wants?
For sure, Mick, we must join forces from the very start, from the beginning. It was a nice example of a Germany initiative as well, to prepare the talents from the very beginning, from the schools, from the professional education, from different sectors to attract. So I would say that this would be the answer.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you, Samantha. Anybody else to add something on this? Artūrs, probably.
Well, yes, I have said this some other times in different conferences. One of our questions was in the industry, what do we really need? Do we need a forest technician with some competencies in drone piloting, or do we need drone pilot with some knowledge on forestry? And the same for the wood processing. Do we need a carpenter with some skills in programming, or the other way around? So I would say that basically we have found the answer, and this is also what I mentioned in my presentation, that we need to take our specialists that are very well educated and experienced in their thing, and add new knowledges and the new competencies to them. In the context of Skilled Up, these were management practices that were quite, how to say, tailor-made for them. We have a lot of courses in management, but we have only this one, at least in Latvia, that is tailor-made for wood processing industry.
Mm-hmm. All right, there's somebody who knows all of them. Giedrius.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just very briefly, I would say the hard skills, it's very important, but also we should think and should talk about soft skills. We have many meetings with industry, with different companies, and we always say you need soft skills as a project management, as a quality management, how to work with human resources, how to work with your company, with your team. So soft skills is also very, very important, I would say, yeah.
So, education. How good we are now, these days, with the soft skills, as Giedrius mentioned. So, yes, they are needed, the attitude, the readiness, the learning skills, everything, so you can really learn something in the process and so on. So, what about the educational system? Yep, yeah. Ronald?
Yeah, thank you for the word. I can mention that also, as Arturs mentioned before, we have education levels 2 to 4 in vocational education, that it's the very beginning, it's the basic for the craftsman to begin. And then we are jumping over and to level 6 and 7, and these are already academic qualities. So this level 5 could give a boost that already a person, a specialist with already gotten qualification can manage to add extra. And we are talking about this extra add. And in short time, as mentioned before, those people are already working in sectors and they don't have time for 2-year studies. They need to add extra, as colleague mentioned, maybe soft skills, some extra, maybe some new technologies, we can call it, but hard skills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What is that gap he needs to fill? Mm-hmm. And improve. So that it's 5th level we are talking about now. I think it's option. It's option per sector. It's an option for educational institutions to improve.
Anybody else to add something? No.
I can add up that in order to have these soft skills, so when guys are already working in this wood sector in our team, we constantly look through programs, and we have this so-called junior leadership programs, where we dedicate a smaller project for them and mix the team so they can work on project management and networking building and ideas generating. So it's also helped us a lot. And I see via this program, I see this similar thing. So it helps really from the practical side of view.
And I guess those managerial skills are also helping to understand what you can use from what you have, not only always look for something outside of the industry. But now let's talk about the experience gained in the project. Could it be transferred to other sectors? What do you think? Because project participants believe that that could be done. So what is your first instinct on this? Anybody? That this experience gained in the project could be transferred to other sectors. Yep.
From educational sector, I can absolutely say yes, because in labor market, all the sectors have the same problem in this level, practically all. I mean, the 5th level between secondary education level and also academic studies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Drush.
Furthermore, we've done it already in Estonia. So in VET system, we have 5th level studies on board already since 2013, but there is a question, does higher education need it? And what would be benefits for higher education or students? There are debates about that in Estonia, and what could be attractive to students, it might be to have higher education level, and this might be interesting for students, but in our case, universities are not yet sure do they need third level short cycle curricula on board. So it's up to discussions now.
Is there those discussions in place already, or is it just a plan?
These discussions are in place, but it's still in progress, and it's not clear if it really could be a part of higher education also or not. But still, in VET education, we implemented it in Estonia.
Employers' view on this? Any comment?
If I may, commenting on the last, the same discussion is here in Latvia, basically. We know that the business of universities is 6th, 7th, and 8th, and further levels in education, both professional and academic. Of course, the 5th level is not very interesting at the first sight, because even these higher education institutions are not judged by their doing in this part. They have other priorities, it is science and so on and so on. But basically, this could be easily solved. We are targeting people that are already working in the industry. They have their experience. And we are not trying to overtake those people that come from both VET and general education that are going directly to the higher education. So you have to set some standards, which program is for which purpose and for which students, yes.
Samantha?
Yes.
I mean, on this question also, how the employers are working together, what they need with the education system.
It's definitely I liked Rita's opinion that it's not yet. It's to be discussed, right? We have many occasional opportunities to discuss with our universities what we need, what their plans, but then we see still the cooperation possibilities for the future, because what we see from the, what I feel that the most tense thing is now to attract students to the programs that we're offering. So there should be a more intense partnership to help universities also to cascade the knowledge of this program, of other programs, so to collect the teams. So the start of the program would be full. I'm not sure if I'm clear myself, but the meaning is that we see less and less students coming to the wood sector. So we are now talking with the universities how to brand wood sector, to promote it, to make it super trendy to work here.
Because that's what, at the beginning of this day, David Johnson mentioned, it's about also a perception of the industry itself, how young people are seeing the industry. They still see it as a low skill, maybe heavy industry. There's nothing interesting, nothing high tech. So, because sometimes industries are speaking about themselves, how they how they're struggling, you know, in the economic situation with taxes and so on, and that's what people get there outside and looking at the industry. So the question is more specific now. How employers, how the industry can influence the content and of education on all levels where the industry is interested. So what is the offer from the education side, from the state side, and from the employer side, where those contact patches would be?
Maybe I can
Yeah.
comment. So in Lithuania, employers participate very actively because recently, in few years ago, Lithuania renewed all the professional standards and vocational training programs. And all this process was given to the employer organization. So that means when they now tell us that the skills are not right in the school, so we say, okay, but you made the professional standards, so you said what qualifications you need. But I'm just joking a little bit. So what I think is the main principle of cooperation from employers to the educational sector is that employers must see themselves not only as stakeholders, right, what we say, but as shareholders. We see a lot of great experiences cooperating with big companies, right? We have today the representatives of big companies which have a lot of opportunities to offer for educational institutions. But this is actually, I would say, a matter of a culture of a business. So if they see that they need to become a shareholder of education process, not only a stakeholder, it makes a lot of difference.
What was the difference between shareholder and stakeholder?
When you are a stakeholder, so you come with your maybe opinions, but when you're a shareholder, you have direct, I would say, incentives to the educational system. That means that not only government is responsible for, I don't know, renewing the practical training basis, but employers also invest to new equipment, to the equipment that corresponds to the needs of the companies today.
Are you saying that they will also get a part of the tuition fees? I mean, the students paying for being taught, and then how that shareholder thing legally works?
Well, for example, as I'm representing the vocational training area in Lithuania, so a lot of vocational training centers have two shareholders. One is the ministry and the other is business. So the business, usually they decide themselves how much they want to invest into training of the students. So for example, they might invest in the equipment in the practical training basis, right? Or sometimes they just invest their time, right, to come and to make decisions. But, well, the learning is usually funded by a state. So employers can, I don't know, decide themselves how much they want to invest into that.
Any other, yes,
May
take
I
on
add
what
something?
Doctor said? Yeah?
I strongly agree with my neighbor, and we always stressed in Estonian VET policy that employers have also social responsibility to invest to the quality and in the VET as a whole. But we also have such kind of governance of VET system that employers are on board in every school board even. So they participate in governance every VET school, and they of course prepare professional standards as everywhere, and they belong to the working groups of curricula development. So they own this topic as a whole. This is important. And furthermore, we need knowledge-based input for policy making. And that's why we established skills for a costing system near qualification agency in Estonia. The system named OSKA, that gives really good input to education sector. What is needed in labor market, what is needed today, what is needed tomorrow.
That's the question I wanted to ask you about tomorrow, because as Dr. Kudrowskiene mentioned that, yes, industry is saying us what they need, and then they're saying that's not what we need. But we all know that workforce will be in action, like in 5 years, for example, and this situation is changing so rapidly, technologies are changing so rapidly. How can you keep up with those changes? How industry is doing this, and how education is doing that? Yes, Lūdzu, Ronalds.
In Latvia, we have a little bit maybe different situation from our colleagues in Baltics, I suppose, because we have sectoral expert councils. And we are working all together. If in sectoral expert councils, employers, all stakeholders involved, and also government sector understands that there is a rapid change in some of qualifications or sectors, they are immediately alarming us. You know, we need to change some educational program. We need to change qualification standard, occupational standard. And thereafter, all together, we understand that, yes, we need that change. And from sectoral expert councils comes that initiative. And then we go forward through all bureaucracy, that we can manage that there is new documentation or new program.
So are you saying that there could be a situation when I go to school and there's one curriculum and then I finish, or in the middle of the school, suddenly everything is changing?
If you started, that's our law said, if you started, then you are learning all the 4 years that by the program you started. But of course, if the sector says we need changes after 2 years, then the youngsters who enter after 2 years, of course, they can start even more better or with some new form.
I have to ask you, industry, do you know that? And is it working for you?
If I may comment now, let's get a bit back to these stakeholders and shareholders. Of course, that's a good idea, but let's just not forget from where the money is coming to finance the VET and general education system. So basically, we are shareholders, not only stakeholders. At least in Latvian situation, as my colleague mentioned before, we are now responsible, starting from the development of professional standards, continuing with the programs, then exams, we are participating there, accreditations of the schools, etc., etc. We are into this to our ears, I would say. So, and I would say it's a good example. So for us, I think we are now some kind of shareholders, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Samantha?
I'm already marking myself some ideas that I really liked from Estonian example and Latvian example. Although I can also add on Dr. Agnes mentioned that yes, indeed, we participate quite actively in vocational training programs, and I see more and more businesses involved into this, which I'm very happy, because sometimes you not only may expand your knowledge between the sectors. For example, something which is working in wood industry could influence some sector which is relative to it. So yes, I would say it's working, at least for us, the cooperation between the training systems.
All right, let's get more specific on EQF5. Are the future short cycle programs necessary? How important is the work-based learning approach? Of course it's important, but the question would be, what are the benefits, risks and challenges you're already facing there? So let's talk about the sustainability of this a little bit. Any thoughts on that? Anybody?
I can maybe just a short comment. I think where we can see the future for the short cycle studies is very related with what you mentioned before, the rapid changes in technologies, because I think we all agree that no educational system is capable of giving the skills right when the industry says that, yes, we need it. We have training programs, for example, in vocational training. They last around 2 years. We have university bachelor studies which last like 4 years. So that means it's a lot of time. And well, if a student enrolls into for example, bachelor program, when he ends it, technologies might be even different than they were when he enrolled into studies. So what I saw in the example of this project is that we have people who already work in the sector, and then they enroll into 1 or 1.5 year program, and they get right the skills that needed in, for example, the industry, wood or metal, whatever, and they get the extract of the skills that are needed in a short time. Because when we talk about the future of education, I see that we need to go shorter, we need to go more deeper, and to try to give the supply for the industries, because that's what we need to do. We need to support employers and provide them with the right skills and the right people.
Gideus, you are trying to say something all the time.
Yeah, but I would like to come back to the main issues about our students and the lack of employees, yeah? So first of all, I would like to talk to business, yeah? We need to work together in deeper cooperation, I would say. We discuss about committees, about regulation and so on, but one of the most important things, it would be professional orientation, because in next 5 years, next 10 years, next 2 years, we will need more and more talents and employees, yes? So I don't know how to do it. We try to do, I don't know, 10 years or 20 years the same, but sometimes successful, sometimes not so successful, but yeah, I believe that we need very clear strategy and to describe how can we do it deeper, and we can, I don't know, share maybe nice examples like in Denmark or in Scandinavian countries, yeah. About sustainability, about competences, about fifth level, I don't know. There is a nice example you can see. Who knows how could be in different sectors, in different fields, but I believe that it could be the choice and option to start in engineering, in IT, in technological science, and I'm absolutely sure that industry and business will help us, and we will be ready to, in next 1, 2, 3 years, to be in better situation comparing to today's situation. Yeah.
Rita?
Teaching and learning has changed for now already, and we may ask a question: do we always need a formal education to be capable to act in nowadays? So,
excuse me, can you please be more specific?
Yeah, I mean, we don't need maybe always formal education, long studies, but sometimes we need something, namely more specific, more studies are not taking so much time. So it's initiative about microcredit credentials, bite-size studies, etc. So we teach things that labor market needs and recognizes. And if people can get some certificate or recognition, it works already. It shouldn't be maybe always a long formal study, but sometimes just pieces to collect and go further.
Employers, what do you think about that?
I love this comment because you know, when you have already employees on board, and when you want them to work and put their minds onto work, the bite-sized learning is the thing that we need to have, because then you ensure that you do not lose your teammate for 2 years or for 4 years education. You just let him get this bite-sized module and come back and share his knowledge with the team. So the organizations are faster and faster, the industry is getting faster and faster. So this is something I really like this idea, and I think
so are you talking about that short circle education and fine-tuned to the needs and skills, not maybe so broad education within it?
Yeah. Yes. This is what I'm meaning.
Just trying to understand on the question we just touched. Anything else before we move on to the next question?
Yes, if I may.
Short cycle is even too long sometimes.
But I will just maybe add very shortly that these micro-credentials or bite-sized courses are relevant for upskilling or reskilling, because what we need is first qualification that a person should acquire after he completes his general education, and then it's okay. He already got the general education, like general competencies, learning how to learn and whatever, and then he can go just, you know, grab courses or something and go to the labor market. But we need to provide qualification for everyone, and then to require.
How long? What would be the course you're talking about?
Well, first qualification usually takes around 1.5 to 2 years, but it's very important. It depends, yes, but it can take from 1 year to 2 years.
Arturs?
Yes, it's quite right that we do not always need formal education. But the thing is that formal education enables us to access the resources that are in the VET system, basically. And yes, with the level 5th, we will not answer all the questions and issues. It's just a part of the answer. We still will need general education, VET in all its levels. Short, long cycle, formal, informal, etc., etc. This is just a part that we are now tackling.
What was another interesting moment? Also, David mentioned that younger generation is really thinking on the climate and environment and what is good for for our Mother Earth. Yes, they do. That's what they do. And that's why my next question would be, could it be the rapid development of level 5 vocational education will tackle the issues raised by the EU in the context of the green course and climate goals? I understand it's quite a political question and quite broad, but would it be maybe a tool also to help to change the perception by young people of the industry? Yep.
Now I would like to say, as a teacher, because I had special courses about environmental protection and ecology issues, so I was really surprised that we are very aware, we are very, very interested to this field, I would say, ecology, Green Deal, and so on and so on. We discuss about REACH, about protection, about our new materials, wood technologies, and so on and so on. So this is an opportunity to develop these skills and to present our policy and to go deeper and to understand. So there is really a nice opportunity to go to our Green Deal and green issues. Yeah.
All right. Once again, a question to employers, because for you, for industry, it is always something about extra expenses, less carbon footprint, and so on. So just more pain somewhere. So question to you, how do you see that opportunity?
I reflect on the notes that you said previously. Then when you do learning on site, you get to know how to use your resources rather than looking outside. So I believe this really should make an impact also on sustainability, because when you see your business, let's say wood things that are left after making, let's say, furniture, you also invent how to reuse them in the process. So I think that the new generation that comes, its number one priority, not only do the result, but also how you do the result. So it's also part of the soft skills that we expect that universities teach as well.
And also how you present what you are doing, because, for example, in the process, if my kid, she's 17, would see that that piece of wood was just cut and thrown somewhere, don't know where, it would be like, oh my God, so many wood is wasted. That's a first thought, I promise. So it is about perception. And so once again, what is the potential here? How you see the potential here if we talk about today's conference's main idea? So what is the potential if we think about those green intentions on the European Union level?
May I?
Yeah.
Well, I think this challenge is like this. We have three choices. Whether we make the chair from wood for the climate because it stores carbon, whether we do not cut wood, we protect it, but we make the chair from plastic. That again is not so good for the protection. And then we have a third choice. We can just stand and not sit. So this is something what we should bear in mind when we think so much about protection. It's not about protection, it's about consumption. And that is what all these modules were about. We were trying to optimize, to do more efficiently all those processes in the production. So we reach the same results with less consumption. And of course, this is a part of the answer there.
Yeah, because just showing the progress is already a very good sign and a message also to the wannabe industry members, new industry members. Before we end this discussion, where this is going. So the question is, what would be the next steps regarding the further development of EQF5 at national, regional and European level? One thing, what is the, you think, next step? Yep, Ronald.
Shortly, we already now, ongoing now in government level, vocational education law amendments. So I think when it will be finished, we can introduce all VET institutions that this is really possible. I'm happy for our colleagues in Lithuania and Estonia that they did a little bit earlier and previously. So I think just in doing and changing itself, talking with sectors, and most of all, we heard a lot of that young people need to see, hear, how is the sector working, because it's a marketing issue. I think it's most of all it's marketing issue, and I had conversations in transport, logistics and maritime sectors, and they said, you know, we need to very work hard to communicate with young people that they only maybe want to sit in office. Yeah, but, you know, it's a marketing issue.
Yeah. All right. Anything to add? Rita?
Yes. Of course, we will go on with fifth level studies in our vocational education institutions. The challenge is some sectors to have on board, for example, IT curricula. It's not so much on fifth level in VET, but in higher education, professional higher education just now, so it's challenge to have more fifth level studies in VET, maybe in this sector and some others. At the other hand, very big challenge is if higher education decides to have a short cycle curricula in Estonia, but yeah, we don't know yet.
All right. Remember, you were hearing that first here on this meeting. All right. Anything else to add?
Okay, so as I am representing politicians today from Lithuania, so what we will do in, I think, next 1 year is to implement the short cycle studies, but also implement it in the context of the whole educational system and permeability between stages and levels of education, so that every person who enters, for example, vocational training, he knows that he is able then to go to a short cycle studies. After that, he is able to go to the bachelor studies if he wants to reach for more. But it is very important that a person would have like equal opportunities, and it should not be depending on whether he has chosen a vocational training or a bachelor studies. So.
All right. Industry. Anything on next steps, please?
I would just add on what was said already, that at least we are planning to invest more into the branding to spread the knowledge that it's fun and trendy to work in a wood industry in order to help to attract more talents to this section, this professional orientation thing.
Okay, Arturs?
And I would say that this would be crucial to continue with the project in different form after it ends at this life cycle, because if it leave it being for a year or two, it will get old. It will not be relevant anymore. So it would be needed to find a way in some capacity to continue these programs in each and every country to keep up the curriculum up to date and also our teaching staff up to date there.
All right, my ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this discussion, because it is quite interesting where actually we are in some way competitors. I mean, ministries of Baltic states and Germany, and then industries, we are competing for that workforce. We are trying to educate to get into the industry. But I must say this is a very historic moment today, because we are going to sign a historic document which will prove that we are here to cooperate. And that's a very good news. So, in a very brief moment, we will sign that historic document. Please stay tuned. Thank you for discussion. Thank you. Like I said, it's a historic moment. That's why we need a little preparation. But I have here a letter of intent. And just very briefly on what it is about. By signing this letter of intent, partners declare to continue to promote and advance the developed intentions of the VET project across Europe. It is important to transfer the opportunities of dual education to other sectors based on the experience and best practices of this implemented project. Therefore, the signatories agree to share experiences and expand the awareness of dual education. This further promotion should be achieved through various actions such as creating a sector skills alliance, guarantee a further exchange of experience and information, developing a European quality VET training program that aims to improve the skills of the labor force in different sectors in the Baltic states, as well as where possible in other European countries in the future, and similar activities. So that's the intention. And I will announce the signatories, which are not here, and then ask the ones who are to sign it right now. So we will have signed this letter by Furniture Cluster of Southeast Estonia, then Latvian Association of Wood Processing Entrepreneurs and Export. That's why some of them are still online. Also, Western Lithuanian Wood Processors and Exporters Association, Vilnius Jeruzalem Labor Market Training Center, Visaginas Technology and Business Vocation Training Center, SBA Home Lithuania, Tartu Vocational Education Center, also Latvian Association of Independent Timber Harvesting Companies, Latvian Biomass Association, Furniture Manufacturers Association in Latvia, Latvian Wood Construction Cluster, SIA Marko Care Latvia, SIA Krausers Latvia, SIA Konto, and then German-Bulgarian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Polish-German Chamber of Industry and Commerce, and German Chamber of Industry and Commerce in Ukraine. So those are all who are going to sign the paper. But now I'd like to invite also the ones we have here, German-Baltic Chamber of Commerce in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. And please welcome Dominic. And round of applause. Oh, yeah. Lehrinstitute Rosenheim, please welcome back on stage. Or you have your own branded, yeah, sure. Thank you. And then please welcome Gunita Meijere, Latvijas Finieris. Astrid Dorg, welcome back to the stage, please. And can you imagine, before Astrid will sign the paper, she has to answer who will be the one that this paper will make happy. Yeah, but we will find out. Yeah, thank you. Kārlis Pugovičs, Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies. Kārlis, welcome. And Kārlis is the one who said before the second part of this meeting, he said, let's go and learn something new. So here we are. Thank you. Paldies, Kārli. And Giedrius Gecevičius, welcome back. So many papers. Are you there somewhere? Okay. Yep. So is there anybody else who are here I mentioned as absent? Yes? Yeah. I guess we have also Western Lithuanian Wood Processors and Exporters Association, right? Yeah. Welcome. Here you are. Thank you. Oh, it's yeah. Thank you very much. And round of applause. So I would say somebody just hold this, please, and let's have a nice little picture right here. Welcome. Yeah, if we are here all on the stage, can we have it? And round of applause still one last time for this. Thank you. Thank you. We are not finished yet. Yes, this goes here. Because I guess this is a very nice thing to remind ourselves. Whenever you do something, answer yourself some very, very important questions. Will it be useful? Will it be joyful? And how that will make your world, our world, a better place. But before we say goodbye, and let's meet in the industry, Dominic will have a last word today. Welcome. Yes, let's see if we can use one.
This one? Okay. So there's one more thing before the coffee break. So I know I'm the one now standing between you and the coffee break. So I will make myself short and quick. And I definitely don't want to repeat everything that was said already today. But I think there are some more thank yous in order. So my colleague Florian Schröder, he already said a lot. Who's he thankful for? So I don't want to repeat it. But from my side, also one big thank you to everybody who has been here today, either in person or who joined from home in front of their screens. I think it was a really good conference with a lot of very interesting insights and presentations. And I'm very glad that the project itself was a big success, and especially that we made people happy and brought them some value, and the students, they gained already some first good implications from the training program, and this is what I'm really thankful for. There's one more person who was not thanked today yet, so I think this is also in order, which is you, Valdis. So one big applause for you. Yeah. Well done. Great job in moderating the conference.
I feel upscaled now.
Very good, very good. Okay, but there are 3 more persons I would like to thank today, because without them, the whole conference and the project would not have been possible. So the first person I would like to thank is my colleague Lilita. So without her tireless efforts in organizing this conference and also working behind the scenes in the project, none of this would have been possible. So please, Lilita, come here. Thank you very much, Lilita. The next person I would like to thank is also from Latvia. I guess she can already assume that I'm talking about her. Egita, please come here as well. Egita, she is invaluable for the project and also for the work at our chamber with all her knowledge and experience. She's a very big contribution factor, so thank you very much as well, Igitte. Baldiers. And last but not least, my colleague Eugenia, of course, the project manager. You've already met her earlier today. So she managed the project, and I know it's not easy. There were a lot of challenges, a lot of project manager changes. So it was not easy, but she managed it perfectly. So thank you, Eugenia. One more applause for the three of them. Thank you.
Thank you, and I also have one last present to Ronald, because all our speakers are having some nice souvenir from here. Paldies. Thank you very much. So, Astrid. Yeah, Astrid, I can't say no to Astrid today. No, Astrid, welcome.
Because I want to say большое спасибо своим подружкам с Литвы и с Латвии.
Well, as you can see, like I said at the beginning, it is also a little celebration. And I know where we are going to celebrate. We have a special coffee break, let's call it that way. But you are also welcome to celebrate when or wherever you are. Thank you. And remember, skill up.